Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Feng Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Feng Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, Steal Life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Gu to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Qin Yi, and Feng Jioga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Feng Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon, he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Feng Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you. Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Gu immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed. So that's it." Feng Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long. But it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future." Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steal Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Feng Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's interference. Duke Long knew this was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change, as well as Feng Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steal Life and the Immortal Gu, because he had already fought with Feng Yuan many times. He knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Gu immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time. Because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield, Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steal Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Feng Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Feng Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. "This Duke Long was ambushed by me. In the earlier fight, he was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority. But he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying." Thinking of this, Feng Yuan said, "Isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly. But your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me." Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi Si ancestor, but he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. "Let's not talk about whether Feng Yuan made this up." Duke Long nodded. "Even if this is true, that was in the previous life, in the River of Time. It is in the lower reaches. It has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it?" Feng Yuan laughed mockingly. "Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Celestial Court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying always to restore fate? You actually want to change the future. Aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate?" Feng Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate Gu that protects humanity. Qi Si ancestor, There is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other." Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the two Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Shen Songshan cursed internally. Song Chi Yuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi Si Ancestor, who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its Gu Immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming, the regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking. The 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songshan were both first Supreme Elders. They were rank 8 Gu Immortals. They had been in high positions for many years. They could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Si Ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Si Ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi Si Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions. He was alone. He could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local super forces. Finally, Qi Si Ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's super forces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Feng Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. "That's right, Qi Si. The conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you." Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. "No." Shen Songshan could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Chi Yuan followed closely behind, saying, "Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They are only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it." "That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now," Shen Songshan added. "Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path. You are not skilled in Information Path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior," Song Chi Yuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Feng Yuan's incredible strength. How could Feng Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea Immortals were even more anxious than him. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly. With just a thought, he understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. "Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But Qi Si, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement?" Once he said this, Feng Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer move were given to Qi Si Ancestor by Feng Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi Si Ancestor. Feng Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi Si Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi Si Ancestor. At Qi Si Ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired, under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Fang Yuan smiled internally. These two Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match, in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage, it was about benefits. Qiju ancestors' position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shen Songxing smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long, you don't allow us to speak? Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qiyuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years. You have such strength. It is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Qi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer. But no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Qiyuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi earlier. Now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me, because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Songxing said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Songxing in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sex system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qi ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shen Songxing opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven, and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Songxing was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qi ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression. This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your central continent celestial court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your celestial court is the king of heaven, #1 in the world. Everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting. But now, it was the two Eastern Sea immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the two sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Sheng clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the two sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qi Si, Duke Long thought about it and said, if we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them. He faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the two Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose. Their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan's scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite, and he did not have many Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme. Thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my Celestial Court? Qi Si, if you join Celestial Court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining Celestial Court. I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my Celestial Court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world, as well as Qi Path inheritances. They are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said. Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Gu Yue Fongjing earlier and soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Feng Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Feng Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Feng Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Feng Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing, because earlier, Feng Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Feng Yuan. Celestial Court always thought that Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them, because they were not strong. Even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Si ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move triple Qi retraction. But did Qi Si ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Si ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces. Even if he cultivated in seclusion, he was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Feng Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Feng Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Si ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Si ancestor would be something that Feng Yuan would like to see. This might even be Feng Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Qi Si ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said. Next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Feng Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable. Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, no matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. You just need to watch from the sidelines. Oh, are you serious? Feng Yuan was slightly dazed. Of course, Duke Long said straightforwardly. Senior Qi Si, the two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Feng Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance? The two Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask what true inheritance it is? Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Feng Yuan said straightforwardly. If you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you. Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. I believe you. At the same time he thought, this demon Feng Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral soul has already been captured by my celestial court. In time, it will not be a problem to find spectral soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Feng Yuan, thus, he took it out for a transaction. But Qi ancestor did not have a captive like spectral soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Feng Yuan continued. Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. To speak the truth, I respect primordial origin immortal venerable the most in my life. Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think. This old man is truly crafty. He said he respected primordial origin immortal venerable the most. But why was his move so ruthless earlier? He even used steal life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Qi path. It is reasonable for him to covet primordial origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of primordial origin's true inheritance is the celestial court's grotto heaven. The other contents are actually very rare. And because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Feng Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. That means I cannot take out primordial origin's true inheritance? What can the celestial court take out? Star constellation's true inheritance, or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of what it was beneficial to Feng Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Feng Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, these things can be discussed. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation. In order to win over Qi ancestor, he actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shen family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the celestial court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Qi ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shen family and the Song family were dispirited. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Feng Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. Brother, you're so particular. Feng Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Feng Yuan naturally would not forget these two. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Qi ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine. As long as Qi ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently, it was a good sign. But Guyue Fengjing is in Shen Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Feng Yuan as he thought. Feng Yuan was also thinking about Guyue Fengjing. Earlier, the two Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Guyue Fengjing. But Feng Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Feng Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the celestial court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's celestial court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fengjing, Feng Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the celestial court, he had no choice but to let Fengjing live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fengjing was saved by Fengjioga. Although this was not a mistake, since Feng Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Feng Yuan did not place much importance on Fengjing, but since the celestial court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Feng Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of blood path, It was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then, and this was now. Feng Yuan's interest in blood path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating blood path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Feng Yuan guessed that in his previous life, he cultivated blood path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Feng Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Qi ancestor has great strength. In the entire world, only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi ancestor was actually Feng Yuan. And not only did Feng Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Guyue Fengzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Feng Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wuxia, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered. Regarding the ownership of Censure Peak, are we really going to give it to that Fan Ji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic. But these two are not helping us. They are not pressuring us. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Antiseptic's final disciple. Now that I am being wronged, this master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law, and Fan Ji is the one who harmed her daughter, yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is Father's fault. Back then Father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why Father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of Ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we Dragon Men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable, and our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an Immortal Gu House to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu House? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 Immortal Gu House, the resources needed are too vast. We cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an Immortal Gu House, won't these people be furious? Father. Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, are we not going to build an Immortal Gu House just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an Immortal Gu House and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 Immortal Gu House. All these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment, he argued. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, Ordinary rank 7 immortal goo houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 immortal goo house. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 immortal goo house? Haha, my son. I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragon Man Goo Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream realm after dream realm. Feng Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him. But the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's dream realm was like quicksand. Feng Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. His master green antiseptic was unreliable. His calligraphy pavilion lord was also unreliable. Even his father, the Dragon Man Goo Immortal's weakness was exposed in front of him. He was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger. He put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent. Coupled with his hard work and connections, not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive. He had great foresight and had a strong personality. He did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Goo Immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly. He did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 immortal goo house. However, good times did not last long. The Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans. They started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human Goo Immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human Goo Immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. Dragon Man Goo Immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A Dragon Man Goo Immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon nature. It was shaped like a white dragon. Its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another Dragon Man Goo Immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression. He only nodded. There were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle. He showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground. He held a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already very difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were also human Goo Immortals participating in this grand banquet. Xiao Qi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good, Xiao Qi. Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared, and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present, among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements. But you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that Southflower Island to them, little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled. He forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this Southflower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. Southflower Island was originally Wine Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to Southflower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath. He was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions. I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition, Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human goo immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. Do you know why I love Shaoqi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful. He is kind from the bottom of his heart. There is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories, and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now, Duke Long said sternly. Grandfather, if not for these human goo immortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human dragon man? Dragon men are humans to begin with. How can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead? What is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, you are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail, and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me. They just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man. It is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this. Is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest. We dragon men are inferior races. Why? Humans are the spirit of all living beings, but we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path Dao marks. Our physique far surpasses humans. If not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough. Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men. But why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return Southflower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Sigh, My descendants have all grown up, they have their own thoughts now. But they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood? And I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wuxia. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island. But Wuxia could not persuade them, he was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wuxia. Wuxia dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man Gu immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark, relying on these people's help. And because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wuxia managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wuxia was very busy. His methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wuxia looked at the immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take South Flower Island because he needed a secret place to build the immortal Gu house. Wuxia's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though these years all the sects have been suppressing and sealing South Flower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Gu immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wuxia smiled. In a few hundred years, I might even have a rank 8 immortal Gu house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wuxia's father asked. The Gu immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wuxia's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court. Wuxia's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Ha ha ha, what is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wuxia laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court. It is in opposition to it. Hee hee. Wuxia snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that, after all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Taozi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wuxia. Wuxia, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake. You shall lose. Song Taozi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Taozi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree, layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked. As if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wuxia. Wuxia did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wuxia is going to lose. Of course. Song Taozi is a top rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wuxia said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. So what? Before the battle, Wuxia had already signed the bet. He divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right. I heard that Wuxia and his Dragon Man tribe managed South Flower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wuxia had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu immortals were gloating. Tai Chin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man Gu immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it shocked the world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Taozi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man Gu immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Taozi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen such an immortal Gu house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Taozi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Taozi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Taozi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously. Don't even think about it. You are a dragon man. You dare to insult me. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Taozi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the Dragon Court to directly crush it. Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi is dead. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A Dragon Man Gu immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, "Shut up! My battle with Song Taozi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death." At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. Congratulations, brother. You succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it. Brother. Huang Wei choked. Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you. Tai Qin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for your concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about. Thus he said loudly, I fought with Song Taozi in this battle. Heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Taozi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections? For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island. But for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly. Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal Gu Liang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Taozi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast. A male Gu Immortal wearing a large robe walked up. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboy suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Xu Jiuling, my son-in-law congratulates you on your victory. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. Lord Tai Shui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat. Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event. At least on the surface, Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Xu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Antiseptic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu Immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master. But in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. My disciple, I am here to see you. Green Antiseptic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented. You are quite spirited. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off. But Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Xu Jiuling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone. But her meaning was deep. Xu Jiuling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. He was still so polite. Like when they first met. Xu Jiuling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, go ahead and do your work. Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Qin. Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come. How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you. Tai Qin smiled brightly. The two were intimate for a while before Tai Qin said worriedly. Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7. How can they let this go? Of course they won't let it go. But what can they do? Wu Shuai smiled coldly. Looking at the cold moon in the sky, he sighed. Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation. I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me. Because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me. Senior brother, Tai Qin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Qin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Qin's forehead, saying with anticipation, "Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status." "I do not need a status, senior brother. I am satisfied staying with you." "But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees." "Will there really be such a day?" Tai Qin's face flushed red. "There will be." Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. "There will be. Believe me." Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor. Using Dragon Court to kill Song Taozi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Xu Jioling. Then he wanted to attack Xu Jioling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Xu Jioling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Antiseptic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man Supreme External Elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only dragon empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Taozi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the Island Lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Taoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Taoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point, and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects, and even the Celestial Court, that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time. Wasn't the rise of the Celestial Court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly. Now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, my decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand, Gu Liang said. I have a plan that can resolve your worries. Oh, what is it? Quickly tell me. There is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale. Especially you in South Flower Island. You are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha, Wu Shuai, you have been leading South Flower Island all these years. You have a heavy responsibility. You know yourself and the significance of South Flower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries. You have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation, and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked. Senior, Gu Liang you. Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that. I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu Immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Antisthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Head tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friend's help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was the tribulation. But because in the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion, and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Antisthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu Immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy Fate Gu. With star constellations Dao fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though star constellations Dao fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is about balance, but now, Humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu Immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s. Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day, your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, "The rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source." The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean that Red Lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable. But he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said, "We need to borrow Red Lotus' strength. That is a good idea. But how do we contact him?" Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, "Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength?" Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Tao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court. That was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal Gu house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine. Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate, he answered. I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing. That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things. Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded. Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me, the person who trusts and respects me the most. Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so? Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed, and his eyes turned red. Huang Wei knows me, and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself. No. Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh friend, you need to understand. Even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this. Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year. But he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice. I did not do this, brother knows me well. I would never do this. Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The dragon men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some dragon men even started to move out of South Flower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years, I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful, those human Gu immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now. They want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race. I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die, please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you took bribes and perverted the law. You intentionally killed someone. You still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sigh. I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me. I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling. His voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore. He turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back. Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of Gu immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night he had a dream. In the dream he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, "Brother, you put in so much effort. I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you." Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder. "Brother, it is good that you understand me." After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos. Their morale fell to rock bottom. The Dragon Men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity. He reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. It could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, "Little 8. It is good that you have such an intention. I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. They are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth." Wu Shuai sighed. "Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young. I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance. I will not disappoint you." Duke Long laughed heartily. "Then let's do it this way. You and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate." Wu Shuai was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather." A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, "The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information." Wu Shuai worked even harder. He went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now, they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings. He tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries. He called for Wu Shuai before he died. "I came into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I obtained Fate Gu's revelation. Our Dragon Man reigns supreme. Dragon Man reigns supreme." Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was greatly shocked. He was tongue-tied. "What in the world is going on, father?" His father explained the situation in detail. "I had a fortuitous encounter. Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash, and used this reason to escape from the Celestial Court and come here. Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it." Wu Shuai's father's eyes shined brightly. "Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu immortals will be. Father, rest well, I will do it now." Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. Wu Shuai, you did not gather the dragon men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the celestial court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the dragon man race. But if we continue to hide it from the celestial court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the celestial court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon men reign supreme might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race. Gu Liang thought about it before denying. This possibility is very small, because according to your father, he was able to interact with Fate Gu because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious. Oh friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in Fate Gu? Isn't your father's situation similar to this? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court Gu immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper, his body shook, he almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of dragon men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire dragon man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Gu immortals had no clues. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life, senior brother. I am sorry for your loss. Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him." Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know junior sister? After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race, leading the Dragon Man race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragon Men live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, 'My son, you really did it. You're my pride. And I live happily with you with many children, laughing and fooling around.'" At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed. But now, I only have you left. My junior sister. Tai Qin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the dragon men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him. Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the celestial court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the celestial court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain? Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. Thank you for your guidance, otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake. Gu Liang nodded and smiled. These last days, you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue. But Fate Gu's prophecy, that dragon men reign supreme, is that true? Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious. You just need to wait patiently. You can slowly test it. You mean? Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. That's right. If dragon men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. But when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know Yu Ji. He was the Tao guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy but did not die. Instead he stole Fate Gu. Why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once become one with the Tao? From then on, her will interfered with Providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune. But he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death. Gu Liang continued to console. Your father revealed this secret to you. O Wu Shuai, you might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like Primordial Origin. So you cannot be discouraged, you cannot give up, you need to work hard. Wu Shuai shook his head. How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables. Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression. It is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables. But the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables. Wu Shuai found it strange. Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang smiled coldly. Hehe, I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor Duke Long should know better. He was such an example back then. He had incredible strength, but could not advance to rank 9. That was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded. Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though Fate Gu is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you, or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate to reassure the Celestial Court. The Dragon Man race and many Dragon Man Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard, I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child." He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized, was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he had a dream. He saw Huang Wei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big. Not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood. Heaven's will had started long ago. It was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragon Man force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Gu Liang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8. Dream Token? This is a Dream Path Gu. It is truly suitable for the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to South Flower Island. Tai Chin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed, beside Tai Chin. He looked at the weak Tai Chin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. What do you think we should name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Long Ling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling, that is a good name. His son, Long Ling, was born. Wu Shuai was very happy. But at the same time, he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin left by my side. Now I have my son. I want to give Tai Chin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting Dream Path Immortal materials. The process of refining dream token immortal goo was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, dream token immortal goo finally reached the final juncture. This, Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Qin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of dream token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow, his face was pale. He could not accept such a revelation. For a few days, he was in a daze. He roamed around immemorial white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast, and was nearly killed by it, did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled. He could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while and decided to return to Zhongzhou State first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine dream token immortal goo. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil. The conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card. That was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate. No one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago. He only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai howled at the sky. He had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about dream token immortal goo. The final step of refining dream token immortal goo was to get Tai Qin to sacrifice herself. The dream realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man extermination, he had to refine dream token immortal goo first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something, she opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. What is it? Tai Qin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back. He hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. So that's it, my senior brother. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal. But in this life, other than you, I have another concern. That is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me, nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you, I will use my life, my dignity, I will use everything I have to promise you. Wu Shuai cried. He was extremely sorrowful. Dream token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 dragon palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside. He often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Qin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the immortal Gu house itself. His and Tai Qin's child grew up. He would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time, he would squat down and embrace his son, Long Ling, in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Xu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Xu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Xu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The dream realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu Immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father in heaven's will was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said. I object. Immediately someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline. The 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing. 8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee, no, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine a Gu. Hee, you wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause. You gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now, what happened to the cause? Hee ha ha ha. The 7th young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island, and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans. Why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wuxia, oh Wuxia, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our dragon-man race. But what you brought to our dragon-man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wuxia sat on the dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace, and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Feng Yuan's dragonman clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The dragonman clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding dragonman Gu immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The dragonman clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. But I am no longer me. The dragonman clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left. The will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master. The Dragonman clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible. Tai Qin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down. Wu Shui raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt. But he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Feng Yuan. Eastern Sea's 2 rank 8s, Shen Songxing and Song Qi Yuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Feng Yuan with a large amount of Qi path cultivation resources. More importantly, he gave primordial origin immortal venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Feng Yuan's Qi Sea ancestor stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Feng Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. Feng Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today. Feng Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Feng Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Feng Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier, it was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly. If that is the case, then one problem is resolved. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave, since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place, and went deep into the sea. But Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The 2 Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Feng Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose. But they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Feng Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Feng Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity. If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again. Feng Yuan looked like he was watching a good show, and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson Little 8 built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way, he would have Duke Long, who had Dragon Man Extermination, as his trump card. If Feng Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragon Man, or have Dragon Man subordinates. Feng Yuan is a vigilant person, and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragon Man. But even so, I can use Dragon Man Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least, I eased the relationship between Qi Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Qi Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Sigh. Feng Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Feng Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Feng Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Feng Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Feng Yuan will become one matter. As the counter to Feng Yuan, Fangjing needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Songsheng. Guiyue Fangjing was in Shen Songsheng's hands. Shen Songsheng was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Sheng clan and the Celestial Court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shen Songsheng was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guiyue Fangjing away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guiyue Fangjing. Fangjing was not of much use to him. Shen Songsheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the Celestial Court. He had personally seen how rich Celestial Court was earlier. Feng Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Ancestor's character. Secondly, Feng Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shen Songsheng and snatched Fangjing, the possibility was low. However, Feng Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shen Songsheng, asking intentionally. Shen Songsheng heard that Qi Ancestor was interested in Fangjing. He quickly replied, "I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fangjing. I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan seems to be a counter to him." Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shen Songsheng. Even though Feng Yuan is only rank 7, and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fangjing counters him, I might as well make Fangjing stay and negotiate with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Feng Yuan tried to persuade Shen Songsheng to detain Fangjing himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fangjing was in Shen Songsheng's hands and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shen Songsheng replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. "Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion." While replying, he said to Duke Long, "If Celestial Court wants to redeem Guiyue Fangjing, they just need to give him a venerable true inheritance." Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. "Oh Shen Songsheng, you are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a venerable true inheritance with a captive, won't Qi Si become a joke? Shen Songsheng, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first?" Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shen Songsheng felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi Si ancestor, and even use Qi Si ancestor to lower the price. But through soul searching, Shen Songsheng understood Fang Jing's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, "Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Jing is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity." Shen Songsheng was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while, but could not come to an agreement. Shen Songsheng's asking price was very high, while Guiyue Fangjing was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more importance Celestial Court placed on Fangjing, the more it meant that Fangjing could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shen Songsheng, "In my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court." Shen Songsheng had an idea. He replied, "Senior Qi Si ancestor, I would rather trade Fangjing to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fangjing. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fangjing. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court?" Shen Songsheng was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic path's Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court, even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shen Songsheng, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi Si ancestor and Shen Songsheng were both Eastern Sigu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng's expression changed. He blurted out, "Really?" "Of course." Duke Long nodded. "How about it? Those resources from before, along with this information." Shen Songsheng agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qiyuan's hearts stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Guiyue Fangjing was handed back to Duke Long by Shen Songsheng on the spot. Fangjing had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1860. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of pink gem-like compound eyes, and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Feng Yuan felt joy in his heart. All along, he had been looking forward to Dream Path Immortal Gu. Even though he had many Dream Path killer moves, the truth was that he had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu. For example, Unravel Dreams Immortal Gu were only Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery. Feng Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu to replace the effects of the Dream Path Immortal Gu that he had. This also meant that every time he used Unravel Dream, he would expend a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu. In the early stages of obtaining Unravel Dream, Feng Yuan had to work hard to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace it, it would not be so troublesome. Feng Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Gu all along, but now, he finally had one, and it was a rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to this Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself. The Dragon Man clone sighed. He still had lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secretly set up Unravel Dream Killer move and activated it later, I would have already betrayed him. Feng Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on Dream Realms, but this time, he used it on himself. However, the reason why Dragon Palace could enslave rank 8s and create new masters was because of the effect of Dream Realms. Thus, Feng Yuan clone used Unravel Dream on himself. It was a direct counter to the problem. The killer move was dead, but the person was alive. The use of Gu worms depended on the mind. Of course, Unravel Dream alone was not enough to resist a rank 8 Dream Token. He had to thank Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals for this. Feng Yuan's main body nodded slightly. This is indeed the most strenuous and difficult dream I've ever explored. However, when I observed your fate, the trace of greenish-purple chi couldn't be faked. It indicates that you can become the master of the Dragon Palace without losing your way. The reason why Feng Yuan sent his doppelganger into the dream to test him was because he saw that there was a chance of success. If it weren't for that wisp of purplish-green energy, failure would have been the only outcome. Feng Yuan's main body would have already made a move. At this time, Feng Yuan's main body and clone had already finished communicating, and both sides had learned about each other's previous experiences. Feng Yuan's main body commented, "The Dragon Palace's dream realm is indeed deep and complicated. This time, my body and soul have entered the dream realm, so it's inevitable that my emotions will be stirred. There's also the dream within the dream, which can make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. And outside, the Celestial Court is in a difficult position. If we're not careful, a great battle will break out and cause the situation to go out of control." Although the 2 immortals of the Eastern Sea looked harmless, they were definitely not good people. In the previous life, they fought against Duke Long for Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even worked together with other rank 8s to invade Hidden Dragon Cave, never giving up on Dragon Palace. In fact, the reason why Duke Long chose to negotiate was because Feng Yuan was acting as Qi Si ancestor with incredible strength, and also because of this consideration. Looking at the entire situation, Feng Yuan's action was very dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, the situation would collapse. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. The situation was under his control. It was all thanks to Feng Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Feng Yuan also taught him pure dream reality seeker transformation and unravel dream. Secondly, Feng Yuan constructed cooking luck pot. It could inspect luck. Feng Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple chi. He knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Feng Yuan also sent by Ning Bing and the others in the River of Time. Myriad Year Flying Warship fought against the 5-time path Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Feng Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local superforces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body would still be safe, his foundation would still be intact. If the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him. Ignoring everything else, just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals. He was able to take care of them. He had the advantage of attacking and defending. He was able to control the overall situation. Of course, there were risks too. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Fang Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, Unraveled Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonoid avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the Dream Token's modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonoid avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Fang Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous. This was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved, he praised. He is a character. Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. If he was not skilled, how could he resist Central Continent's 10 great sects and develop South Flower Island? His aptitude was also very high. Precisely because of this, he was nurtured by his father from a young age. He was also favored by Green Antiseptic, and became rank 8. Even though he had external help, his own abilities were the most important. Unfortunately, the enemies he faced were too strong. Not to mention the Celestial Court. Just Duke Long alone was enough to take care of the entire Dragon Man race. Furthermore, it was not just Duke Long. Duke Long also had Star Constellation behind him. Providence declared that Dragon Men would reign supreme. This was the trend of the Heavenly Tao. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly terrifying. She merged with the Tao and mixed her will with Providence, confusing the Heavenly Tao. Precisely because of this, the 3 demon venerables after Star Constellation could not destroy the Celestial Court. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to damage Fate Gu in the end. Even this small achievement was beyond the imagination of the world. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's failure was determined from the start. Even a demon venerable failed. Not to mention Wu Shuai? Wu Shuai could be sacrificed, but so could the countless members of the Celestial Court. Duke Long exterminated the Dragon Man race. Was it not a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao and sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body could sense the strength of the Celestial Court. This organization's foundation was simply too deep. The immortal graveyard was deep. Who knew how many rank 8s were slumbering? After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Chenyi Thunder Ghost True Monarch. These people were all influential figures. All of these had already formed a great force that suppressed everything in history. Even a demon venerable could not go against it. Just thinking about this made one feel suffocated. It was no wonder that Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songxing were so wary. Seeing the earth trenches appearing and the 5 regions merging, they became increasingly anxious. Fang Yuan wanted to go against this great force. Only by destroying fate, Gu can I have the possibility of eternal life. If I fail, Will there be future generations who will learn of my deeds in the future and be moved by them? Hehe, they will only be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan kept his clone in Dragon Palace into his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tansang. Feng Yuan activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with them, and quickly left Eastern Sea. Ever since Feng Yuan annexed Xiang Grotto Heaven, Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. He could only use omnidirectional travel as a form of transportation. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage. Of course, Feng Yuan could also use Myriad Year Flying Warship as a form of transportation. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House's speed was not bad. But this Immortal Gu House was still fighting in the River of Time. Chapter 1861. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a grand purple-gold palace was floating in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragon Man clone controlled this Immortal Gu House, immediately emitting large amounts of smoke. Wherever the smoke went, it devoured everything. Feng Yuan used it as an experiment. An immemorial year beast that he brought over could not resist it at all. It cried out in shock before it was swept away by the Dream Path smoke, vanishing without a trace. Withdraw. The Dragon Man clone willed. The Dream Path smoke was like a python returning to its nest. It quickly went back into Dragon Palace. Everything that it had devoured before was naturally swept into the Dragon Palace. This move was the Dream Path killer move that Feng Yuan had seen in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace emitted smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, it was still affected. It was truly one move that dominated the world. In this short period of time, the 5 regions Gu Immortals, including the Celestial Court, lacked methods to deal with Dream Path. Dream Path's effect was immediate. But now that Feng Yuan used it personally, he found that this dreamy light smoke was not the Dream Path offensive killer move that he had expected. It was more used to capture captives. Like earlier, Dragon Palace used this move to capture an immemorial year beast with rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace with ease. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu House. Even with a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu-like Dream token, it could not change its nature. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was designed to complement Dragon Palace. It would first capture the target of enslavement before enslaving them. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had the effect of Wisdom Path. It could allow Gu Immortals to enter dreams and enlighten them in the dream realm. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It could create dream realms within dream realms. Like when the Dragon Man clone explored dream realms and turned into Wuxia. Wuxia entered the dream and obtained dream revelations. This was a dream within a dream. As for the dream realm that enveloped Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. After some consideration, Feng Yuan realized that at the current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke was the most practical. Even though Dream Awakening was brilliant, not only did it consume immortal essence, it also consumed providence. That was to say, providence was involved in this killer move. To Wuxia, it was the will of the heavens, and the Dragon Men would reign supreme. Therefore, providence was supporting the Dragonians, so it was completely fine for him to use this move. He could receive the favor and guidance of the heavenly Tao, but Feng Yuan couldn't. Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was suppressed and targeted by providence. He had always been an enemy of providence. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate providence. How could he count on providence to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms and not living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dreamland. What was the use of that? It was to alter dreams. Back then, Wuxia mainly used it to alter Dragon Palace's dream realm, forming a dream within a dream. When Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored, he encountered many dreams within dreams. Undeniably, such an alteration could make the dream realm more complex. It could make the explorer lose himself in it and forget about himself. What could Feng Yuan use it for? For the time being, Feng Yuan wanted to explore dream realms. He could alter these dream realms and create a dream within a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Feng Yuan. They belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was similar to Feng Yuan's Soul Beast token. The former was a Dream Path Goo worm with enslavement path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo worm with enslavement path power. Feng Yuan had already found out about the usage of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragon Man Extermination, Wuxia was not spared. But he had tried hard. He experimented with Dragon Men. There were some results that could delay his death. Wuxia used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. He not only expended his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories, and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin. Only a tiny bit of his soul was left. He sat on the dragon throne. Because he expended too much energy. After a while, he breathed his last. In the end, he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus for now the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wuxia was not killed by Dragon Man Extermination. He only died because of Dream Token. Feng Yuan assessed. He was an enslavement path Goo immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's dream realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the dream realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's dream realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the dream realm could not be created. It could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the dream realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Goo immortal like Wuxia, I could enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace dream realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortals. They expended a lot of the dream realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo immortal's foundation and turn it into a dream realm. The size and power of the dream realm depended on the situation, depending on the Goo immortal who activated it. Of course, rank 7 and 6 Goo immortals did not have rank 8 immortal essence. They could not activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. Rank 8 Goo immortals could not be forced, they had to be willing. That is to say, every time I activate Dream Token Immortal Goo, a rank 8 Goo immortal will be expended. This was a huge price. Feng Yuan did not want to try it himself. But in the future, when my dream path attainment level is high enough, I can use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core and create killer moves to restrict Dream Token, preventing it from draining the Goo immortal dry and creating dream realms in a controlled manner. But it is not very useful. Feng Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Goo alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves in the future and could create dream realms in a controlled manner, they would not be drained by Dream Token Immortal Goo. But that would also expend a lot of Feng Yuan's foundation. Forget about his immortal essence and soul. The crucial point was that his true meaning would be converted and expended. This meant that Feng Yuan's attainment level would fall. Without true meaning, dream realms were just shallow illusions. Precisely because dream realms contain true meaning and all sorts of emotions, they could bewitch people. If the exploration was successful, and all sorts of emotions were removed, the Goo Master would obtain true meaning, and their attainment level would rise. But in the future, dream realms will appear everywhere. I can expend a portion of my attainment level to create a dream realm as a trap to trap crucial people. If I can make such a crucial person my own, I will be able to catch my enemies off guard. Dream token, dreamy light smoke, dream within dream, dream enlightenment. These were his dream path gains. For Feng Yuan, not all of them were useful, but they did increase his dream path strength by several times. Especially when these killer moves were fused into Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Feng Yuan did not need to practice them, and could use them easily. It was very convenient. Other than Dream Path, there were huge gains in other aspects too. The most obvious was Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Feng Yuan had gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, and it was 4. Wu Shuai and the Dragon Man race's collections were kept in Dragon Palace for the future. Now they belonged to Feng Yuan. Most of these inheritances were related to enslavement path. But the most valuable ones were Qiankuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, Army Ant and others. Back then, Wu Shuai enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, and obtained her Immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found out that Calligraphy Pavilion was so powerful, because it contained a large number of Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu had records of it, but it had always been in a fragmented state. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qiankuan Crystal Wall was only a portion of it. The value of the Censure Peak, for example, was similar to the prototype of the Refinement Sea. Langya, white-haired land spirit, wanted to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement Sea. He paid a huge price but did not succeed until now. Censure Peak was created, but it could only be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was a level lower than Refinement Sea. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. Wu Shuai developed it after inheriting it. It was his main offensive method in the past. As long as he raised them to a certain scale, they would have terrifying might. They could fight many rank 8 Gu Immortals alone. Finally, there was Dragon Palace itself, Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path Attainment Level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path Attainment Level rose to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path Attainment Level was only one step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragonman's Enslavement Path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance even though they were illuminated by the 10 Venerables. The gains were huge. Feng Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Feng Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Feng Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising Army Ant would have to start from scratch. It would expend a huge amount of resources. Qiankuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Feng Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Feng Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods, with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair Refinement Path formation rumbled. A large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya now. Feng Yuan's main body controlled this Refinement Path formation, while Land Spirit of Langya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Feng Yuan mobilized almost all of his Refinement Path Gu Immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel, or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful, hold on. I will leave this to you, land spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land spirit of Langia nodded. Feng Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, it would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times, while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Feng Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Langia. The latter had already turned into the white hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced. His refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Feng Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Feng Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Langia. Next, Feng Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks, they sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames, as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Feng Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path grand formation and releasing bursts of bubbles. Feng Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon, it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy man Gu Immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy man Gu Immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Feng Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the land spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the sovereign immortal aperture, before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back, the skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Feng Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Feng Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Feng Yuan was given enough time, Feng Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move dragonoid extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Feng Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragon Man experiments. This helped Feng Yuan greatly. In fact, back then, Wuxia was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods. He just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragon Man race's extinction, the Dragon Man Gu immortals cooperated with Wuxia. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragon Man blessed land that Fangjing encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, it was the immortal apertures of the Dragon Man Gu immortals that were born in the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had passed. He was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Fangjing was given to Fang Yuan by Shen Songsheng after soul-searching him. Shen Songsheng naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragon Man. From now on, the Dragon Man clone was completely immune to Dragon Man extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragon Man clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragon Man clone was personally created by Fang Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's soul was adapted to the original Dragon Man body. Thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragon Man clone's soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Fang Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragon Man clone's soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone cultivated in the enchanting myriad daring formation. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord's soul to bear the burden. From this, Fang Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ningbing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. Bai Ningbing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongsheng. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragon Man identity and vow to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled. It was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. Firstly, to comprehend human path. Secondly, to manage the immortal aperture. And thirdly, to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Fang Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Fang Yuan, it was not worth mentioning. Even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Fang Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity. Even if countless humans were proud of him, didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Fang Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation. But after researching it, He found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? By then, Reverse Flow Protection Seal would not work. There was another way. That was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Attainment, but his Dream Path Attainment level had not reached Master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863. Eastern Sea. Shin family's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shin family's first supreme elder, Shin Songsheng, said passionately, "Senior Chi Si, this is my Shin family's 6th sound tea, please have a taste." Fang Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6th sound tea was Shin family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Borders Chow family's Bewitching tea, and Fong family's 7 Mile Fragrant tea. 6 sound tea was not a cup of tea. It was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking, and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fang Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky. It was spotless. Autumn Tunyan. Fang Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste. It was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fang Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm. There were small ripples as if it was a condensed river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth. An extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river. After going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles, it finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyan. Cloud-flowing tea. River's Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix's Cry. Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fang Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan savored it for a long time and praised. Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank. One really lives up to his reputation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shin Clan's first supreme elder Shin Songsheng was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Chi Si. Our Gu immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6 sound tea was an immortal material. It could only be produced using immortal materials. And it also needed a Gu immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6 sounds tea, Shen Songsheng had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shen Songsheng personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. They were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fang Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Songsheng treated Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songxing invited Fang Yuan to tour this red sandalwood myriad sparrow island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea. It grew continuously. Its treetop was high above the sea. Its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island. Birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror. There was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen Songxing treated Fang Yuan passionately for 2 days. He accompanied him the entire time. He would also invite some female immortals of Shen tribe to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Shen Songxing gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy. Not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient desolate plant-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen tribe's sea-suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient desolate-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea-suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea-suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient desolate plants. They represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qi ancestor, Shen Songxing spent a lot more than Song Qi Yuan. Before Fang Yuan went to Shen clan, he had already gone to Song clan. He was also received by Song Qi Yuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Shen Songxing, I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's identity as Qi ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other super forces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Fang Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Fang Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Fang Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qi ancestor. He cultivated Qi path. He did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea's super forces and Gu immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qi ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course. Fang Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's super forces to listen to him. That was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Shen Songxing and Song Qi Yuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qi ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know, this was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name, and could not interfere with any super force's internal affairs, As long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget, Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the others, were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Fang Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing Fate Gu, Fang Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times, with Qi Si ancestors' strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. Dragon Palace is here, where is Gu tribe? His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed. A door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the door. Looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation, he cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. It is Wuxia. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, "You have a relationship with Fang Yuan?" The Dragon Man clone laughed. "We are making use of each other. If not for Fang Yuan, how could I rebirth?" Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Qi Si ancestors' ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragon Man clone asked with a solemn expression, "Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived." Gu tribe leader, is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wuxia, please come in. Chapter 1864. The Dragon Man clone entered Dragon Palace first before controlling this immortal Gu house to enter the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was the territory of outsiders. Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not to be underestimated. It was better to be cautious. Once they entered the Blessed Land, they saw a vast land. This Blessed Land was even larger than ordinary grotto heavens. In the Blessed Land, all sorts of immortal materials could be seen. Many of them were already extinct. Fang Yuan's clone's horizons were broadened. Even though this Blessed Land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. The Dragon Man clone Wuxia thought. Among the Blessed Lands that Fang Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the greatest foundation. Second was Imperial Court Blessed Land, and third was probably this Blessed Land. Gu tribe Blessed Land has been around for at least 1,000,000 years. Gu tribe's past leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level. Many were rank 8. With such experts guarding it, the Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations are not a threat. Furthermore, Gu tribe is not human. They have always been taken care of by Providence. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they will not be very strong. Wuxia thought to himself. The Tao of Heaven took away surpluses and replenished deficiencies. It was about balance. Currently, humans were the overlords of the world. They forced the variant human races into a corner, struggling at death's door. Thus, all variant human races were taken care of by Providence. Senior Wuxia, this way please. Gu tribe's leader was very polite as he led the way. The Dragon Man clone Wuxia followed closely behind. After flying for a while, the two landed deep in a forest. In this primitive forest, there was a huge tribe of over 10,000 people. The people of this tribe were all beast men. Indeed, the so-called Gu tribe was the beast race. According to human historical records, the beast race was already extinct, but heaven's secrets left a way out. There was still a beastman bloodline that managed to survive. They lived quietly. Wuxia was warmly welcomed by the entire tribe. Soon, A banquet was prepared. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. 2 dragon generals followed behind him, acting as his left and right guards. Gu tribe's leader's pupils shrunk as he laughed heartily, his smile becoming even more passionate. Wu Shuai only exposed half of the dragon generals, but each dragon general had rank 8 cultivation level, on par with Gu tribe's leader. And in this beast-man-blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8s. Because he had explored the dream realm, Feng Yuan clone had a deep understanding of this beast-man tribe. After talking for a while, Wu Shuai had a clear understanding of Gu tribe. From this conversation, the Gu clan leader had completely dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. Most of these beast men had fish heads and human bodies. They had gills on their cheeks, shark fins on their ears, and fins on their backs. In addition, some people had frog legs, some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a circle of green seaweed on their heads. These beast men lived in the sea. Back then, when the beastman race reached its peak, they were cleansed. All the tribes on land were exterminated. Only this tribe in the sea managed to survive. The beastman race declined after reaching its peak. Under the dominance of humans, this sea beastman tribe could only live quietly. They did not dare to have any thoughts of counterattacking. But they did not forget their hatred towards humans. Almost every Gu tribe leader had such thoughts. They tried to incite internal strife in the human race, to create a chance for their tribe to rise up. In history, the Gu tribe leader that the real Wu Shuai met had such a faction. He helped Wu Shuai advance to Gu Immortal. He even schemed to seize Fate Gu. He was also a formidable character. To deal with Dragon Man extermination, Wu Shuai discussed with Gu tribe's leader and set up an alliance agreement between the 2 races. Earlier, in front of the Blessed Land's entrance, Feng Yuan clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader were talking about this alliance agreement. This was an arrangement left behind by the real Wu Shuai. He was prepared to revive the Dragon Man race in the future. Now that Feng Yuan inherited Dragon Palace and learned of this, he wanted to follow it. Gu tribe had been operating in Eastern Sea for so many years. Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert. Gu tribe's foundation was so deep. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to borrow their strength. Gathering more forces to deal with the Celestial Court was something that Feng Yuan was happy to see. While Feng Yuan clone Wu Shuai and Gu tribe's leader were talking happily, Western Desert's Yang Zihe and Zhang Yin had already succeeded. Rumble! With a loud sound, Yang Zihe completed the final attack. As far as the eye could see, the once beautiful and flourishing oasis had been completely transformed into nothingness and reduced to ruins. This was a large resource point of Feng clan. Now that it was destroyed, there was no possibility of it being repaired. We need to go. This is the 3rd place we destroyed. According to Master's instructions, we can report after this. Let's inspect it first and see if we exposed ourselves. The 2 dragon generals inspected it carefully, ensuring there were no mistakes before leaving. Feng clan was shaken. In one day, they lost 3 large resource points. Feng clan's losses were not small. Dong clan was also shaken, because in the ruins there were several lines of words. Dong Luchun was here. Dong Luchun was Dong clan's first supreme elder. Earlier, Feng clan had used the theft path Immortal Gu house to take revenge on him, directly destroying one of Dong clan's oasis resource points. When Dong Luchun heard this, his face turned ashen. He scolded. These shameless clans, they are not righteous path members. They actually dared to frame me, and their methods were so clumsy. If I find the culprit in the future, I will not let them off. Dong Luchun did not suspect Feng Yuan. His first suspects were the super forces other than Feng clan and Dong clan. This was clearly a plan to sow discord. If Feng clan fell for it and started fighting with Dong clan, the first to benefit would be these Western Desert super clans. Dong Luchun could not sit still. He immediately sent a letter to Feng clan's first supreme elder Feng Gong. Feng clan had wisdom path Gu Immortal Feng Di Chang. They would not fall for it so easily. After thinking for a while, Feng Di Chang suggested Feng Gong to invite Dong Luchun to investigate the culprit together. This was a great move. After Dong Luchun received the letter, he felt troubled. He understood that Fong clan wanted to use this chance to rope in Dong clan, to pull Dong clan to their side. But Dong Luchan was not stupid. Dong clan and Fong clan shared a border. In the future, when Fong clan rises up, they would first devour Dong clan's territory and benefits. However, if he did not investigate the culprit, would it show that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luchan thought about it. He could only pinch his nose and go to the crime scene to investigate the culprit together with Fong clan's Gu immortals. The truth would not be found out, since Fong Yuan sent the two dragon generals to handle this matter. He naturally had a way to mislead them. Thus, the answer Fong clan and Dong clan obtained pointed to the forces near Fong clan. But Fong clan and Dong clan did not find trouble with them. They only took note of it. Both sides were very restrained. Dong Luchan took note of these clans. He did not want to expose them. He still needed these people to help him deal with Fong clan. And in order to maintain stability, Fong clan did not want to confront these super forces publicly. After all, they were alone. Divine Bean Palace was still far from becoming theirs. Second Supreme Elder, the situation is getting more dangerous now. Won't it be too tiring for you to unravel Divine Bean Palace alone? That Swan Bujin is also a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. He might be able to help you and share some of the burden. Fong Gong suggested to Fong Dichong. In his opinion, Swan Bujin had participated in the contest for Divine Bean Palace. He had entered and exited Divine Bean Palace. He was now Fong clan's external Supreme Elder. He was one of them and could be trusted. Fong Dichong thought about it. He was hesitant. He sighed. Let me think about it. Southern border. In Xia clan's headquarters, Xia Cha was also sighing. She had already been released by Fong Yuan. Even though her body and soul were intact, Fong Yuan had taken away her immortal aperture and fused it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha was no longer a rank 8 Gu immortal. She had become immortal. Right now, she still had the title of Xia clan's first Supreme Elder, but Xia Cha felt that this title was a joke. I am already a cripple. So what if I was rank 8 in the past? Fong Yuan, you have great methods. If I can take revenge for this, I will pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones to ashes. Thinking of this, Xia Cha sighed again. She knew how slim the hope of revenge was. Joyous news, Lady Xia Cha. Right at this time, Xia clan's third Supreme Elder ran over excitedly. What joyous news? Xia Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder handed Xia Cha an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "This is the letter that demon Fong Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to send." Xia Cha sneered. This demon is treacherous and greedy to the extreme. Not only did he take us captive, he even dismembered our bodies, souls, and so on. He extorted our race time and time again. He truly deserves to die. Right now, Fong Yuan does not have many bargaining chips left. I don't need to read this letter. This demon must have thought of a new method to continue extorting our southern border righteous path. Xia Cha shook her head. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder nodded. Lady Xia Cha is right. Fong Yuan's intentions are clear. Recently, he has been purchasing Luck Path Immortal materials on a large scale. He seems to be refining Luck Path Immortal Gu. But the bargaining chip he offered this time is truly... What do you mean? He offered Immortal Gu as a bargaining chip? And he wants to exchange Gu for Gu? Xia Cha raised her eyebrows, waving her hand. I don't need to agree to this. Just let Second Supreme Elder handle it. As long as it is an Immortal Gu that is beneficial to our clan, we can exchange for it. This time, Fong Yuan's bargaining chip is only Immortal Gu. He wants to exchange Immortal Gu for Immortal Gu and immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, take a look at the details first. Xia Cha took the information path Gu worm and looked through it, laughing coldly. Has this Fong Yuan gone mad? He wants to exchange for so many immortal materials with just one mortal Gu. I want to see what Gu this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial point in the letter. Her expression changed. Chapter 1865. Southern Border. Ba Clan Mansion Mountain. Ba Sherba carefully held a rank 1 mortal Gu, His eyes did not blink, he had an extremely focused expression. This is second aperture goo? He looked at it carefully. This goo worm was like a beetle. It had 2 sharp heads and a fat middle. It seemed to be made of green jade. It was only the size of a finger. When he touched it, he felt that it was warm and cool. On its chubby back, there was a golden eyeball. The golden pupil moved like lightning. It was filled with spirituality. To exchange for this goo worm, Ba clan had used up all the remaining Luck Path immortal materials in their treasury. Fang Yuan was asking for an exorbitant price, but Ba Ba could only accept it, because this tiny rank 1 goo represented all of his courage and hope to continue living. Second aperture goo was very easy to use. It did not need primeval essence or immortal essence. As long as blood was dripped into the goo worm's body, it would self-detonate after the goo worm was full of blood. After second aperture goo self-detonated, a small aperture formed in the middle of Ba Ba's chest. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest cultivation level. But Ba Ba's eyes turned red when he saw this. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Even if that demon Fang Yuan is asking for a high price, I will accept it. With this aperture, I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to rank 5, I have relic goo to help me. After reaching rank 6, the clan's goo immortals will help me with tribulation. But it will be hard to reach the foundation of my first immortal aperture. Thinking of this, Ba Ba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan captured him and soul-searched him. He even took away his first immortal aperture. Even if he gave him second aperture goo, it was just another form of extortion. To the rank 8 Ba Ba, this was a huge humiliation. Fang Yuan, just you wait. One day I will avenge my past humiliation. All the pain you inflicted on me, I will return it to you 100-fold. I will let you have a good taste of it. Ba Ba's expression was ferocious. He hadn't been having a good time recently. He was the Ba clan's first supreme elder. But after he was captured by Fang Yuan, not only did his reputation plummet, but he was also crippled after being ransomed. Compared to Xia Cha, Ba Ba's situation was even worse, because Ba clan gained another rank 8 goo immortal during the time he was captured. That was Bard. After Ba De became an 8 desolate goo immortal, he became the second supreme elder of Ba clan. He was in charge of Ba clan's affairs. Ba Ba had been stripped of his power. Fortunately, I have this second aperture goo. I have a lot of cultivation experience. I've gone through dozens of tribulations, big and small. It'll be very easy for me to ascend to immortality again. I need to make use of my time and cultivate to goo immortal again. After all, my influence will diminish with time. This kind of influence needs to be used in time. It will definitely be of great help to my cultivation. Ba Ba had a plan. He had already prepared relic goo. He used them one by one. Ba Ba quickly became a rank 1 peak stage goo master. However, no matter how Ba Ba attacked the aperture walls, they didn't budge at all. How could this be? My cultivation level is stuck. There is a problem with this second aperture. After Ba Ba investigated the situation, he was furious and shocked. He felt like he was deceived. He spent a huge price on a fake product. He quickly called the goo immortals who were close to him, asking them to contact Fang Yuan and ask him what was going on. Fang Yuan was researching Primordial Origin's true inheritance. His expression changed as he smiled. A dark light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered something amiss. But he was prepared for this. He immediately replied. Ba Ba got this reply and smashed his favorite cup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that in Fang Yuan's letter, he only said that second aperture goo could open a second aperture. But he did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation level. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan even described his experience of using second aperture goo. Ba Ba thought that he could ascend to an immortal with second aperture goo and cultivate again. But Xia Cha had a wisdom path goo immortal. She saw through this. Fang Yuan told Xia Cha that second aperture goo was an immortal goo. After his modifications, it became a complete series, from rank 1 to rank 6. After using rank 1 second aperture goo, One's cultivation level would be limited to rank 1, 2, 3, or even rank 6. Xia Cha wanted to buy rank 6 second aperture gu directly, but Fang Yuan's reply made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture gu now. It seems that Ba Shiba's situation is worse than Xia Cha. Fang Yuan smiled. He could tell from the small details that Ba Shiba was feeling anxious. It seems that Ba De has probably become rank 8, even though Ba clan has been keeping it a secret. This is a good thing. Even though the southern border immortals had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Yuan, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had already understood the stance of southern border's righteous path from his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though his immortal aperture was annexed, he gave them second aperture gu. The goal was to let the southern border immortals maintain a certain amount of battle strength, enough to find trouble with Central Continent's Celestial Court. After going through so much and facing so many difficulties, Fang Yuan finally got through the heavy pressure of Celestial Court. He had a deep foundation now. He had many subordinates. He interfered in the politics of the 5 regions. Using all sorts of methods openly and covertly, he finally formed a situation where he surrounded Celestial Court. Unknowingly, he had already grown from a chess piece to a chess player. Fang Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Shiba looked at the new reply as his body trembled in anger. He finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan refined a complete set of second aperture gu. If Ba Shiba wanted to cultivate it back, he would have to use rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on until he used the rank 6 second aperture gu. Only then would he have a healthy immortal aperture and regain his rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba Shiba wanted to regain his former glory, he would have to be extorted by Fang Yuan 6 times. Ba Shiba cursed loudly. He smashed many things on the ground before he finally calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he was silent for a while before laughing loudly. Ba Shiba, oh Ba Shiba, why did you leave? You were inferior in this matter and ended up as a captive. It was already a miracle that you survived. Why do you need to worry so much now? Even if I can't cultivate again, so what? As long as I fight with all my might, I will die without regrets. He muttered to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself. After saying this, his body relaxed. He felt his heart brightening up. It was as if he was looking into the distance, seeing a scenery that he had never seen when he was a rank 8. This was the scenery of life. He calmed down completely. A smile even appeared on his face. Fang Yuan, you demon, you are truly amazing. I fell for your tricks again. The hatred in his heart did not weaken, but Ba Shiba started to smile. He no longer worried about his gains and losses. At this moment, even though he had no cultivation level, he was even more relaxed than when he was a rank 8. I have no choice now. I can only accept the extortion. After all, becoming an immortal again is the most important thing. Ba Shiba was clear in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only temporarily. The influence and affection they had in the past would quickly fade over time, especially now that the clan had a new rank 8 gu immortal. He had to hurry. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron, jade bones as petals, ice muscles as stems, golden relic at the heart of the flower. Starfire shines brightly, gathering into a plain of ice and snow. Below it, young clouds raise fire like a pill. Above it, dark clouds scatter sand like gold. Beast shadows appear in the middle, until lightning flashes and beast strength placenta is born. It can gather apertures. This was the gu recipe of second aperture gu. Fang Yuan obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The first part was similar to the original version. Fang Yuan made few changes, but the latter part was completely different. It was almost unrecognizable. Fang Yuan modified this gu recipe, turning the original rank 6 immortal gu recipe into a series. Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He was also a human path grandmaster. With the help of the light of wisdom, it was not hard to modify it. With this set of gu worms, I can extort them all the way. If there are no opportunities to extort, I will create opportunities to do so. In fact, this process can also be used on Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains Gu Immortals. As for Central Continent's Gu Immortals, forget about them. I will kill them. Fang Yuan had a thick face and a black heart. He was an unscrupulous merchant. Mortal Gu level 2nd aperture Gu had an extremely low cost. It did not need lifespan Gu or immortal materials. It only needed a few human apertures. Human apertures were the apertures of Gu masters. It was very easy for Fang Yuan to use human Gu masters as Gu materials. It was simply cheap and good. But if he sold them to the southern border immortals, the price would be extremely high. The profits would be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. But these southern border immortals treated the 2nd aperture Gu as a life-saving straw, their only hope in life. No matter what price Fang Yuan quoted, they would grit their teeth and bear it bitterly. Of course, Fang Yuan would also calculate their endurance and the overall situation of encircling Central Continent. Success, Lord Fang Yuan. We refined another luck path immortal Gu. The hairy man Gu immortals sent good news. Good, keep up the good work. Fang Yuan praised casually. This time, because of 2nd aperture Gu, the extortion of the southern border immortals was much more effective than before. Many clans' trump cards and luck path immortal materials were given to Fang Yuan. With such a batch of immortal materials, Fang Yuan ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to refine luck path immortal Gu without restraint. The price of refining immortal Gu was high. The inventory of luck path immortal materials was decreasing, but there were also many gains. Over these days, several luck path immortal Gu were refined and landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Celestial Court. Damn it, I failed again. Yuan Xiongdu's expression was ashen. Looking at the pile of dregs in front of him, he felt terrible. Recently, he was almost doubting his life. Earlier he tried to refine fixed space Gu, he failed. Recently, he tried to refine luck path Gu worms, he failed again and again. There is nothing wrong with my method. There was no mistake in the whole process, but immortal Gu are unique. Many immortal Gu already exist, I cannot refine them. Sigh. If only I knew that those immortal Gu already existed, that would be great. Fang Yuan's tactic of refining luck path immortal Gu caused Celestial Court to suffer greatly. This was an invisible confrontation. Whoever could gain the upper hand would gain the greatest benefits. Even though Celestial Court had deep foundations and unfathomable inventories, Fang Yuan used Southern Border's righteous path to firmly suppress Celestial Court. Chapter 1866. Gurgle gurgle. The strange bird's cries resounded in the sky. The flock of birds was huge, like a dark cloud covering the sky, pressing down on Mountain Cliff City. In the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 unique cities. This city was built on the top of a cliff and was the tallest. The culture and style had a unique charm. The fat but birds are here. Quick, 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 prepare for defense. Everyone don't panic. Our combat beast messengers are all here. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was bustling with noise, and security was tight. The flock of birds called Fat but Birds let out strange cries, and flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City. They had coxcombs on their heads, their bodies were fat, and their buttocks were especially huge. Among the flock of birds, there was a bird king. Its body was huge, twice the size of a normal fat but bird. It flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City and looked down. Its buttocks moved, and with a forceful squeeze a ball of bird poop fell. This ball of bird poop was black and smelly, and was extremely huge, like a small house, falling from the sky. Shio! Boom! The bird poop fell faster and faster, letting out a sharp whistle, and then smashed heavily, directly destroying a section of the city wall. Fortunately, there were not many casualties in the surrounding crowd. Shio shio shio. Boom boom boom. The Bird King's attack was the prelude to the flock's attack. Balls of bird poop fell from the sky, smashing into Mountain Cliff City. For a moment, the sky seemed to be raining. However, the raindrops were really strange. They were huge balls of bird droppings. Many houses collapsed, and roads, gardens, springs, and even the statue of the city lord at the center of the city were mercilessly baptized by the bird poop. After the first wave of attack, the bird king flapped its wings and flew up, pulling the flock of birds behind it up. The huge flock of birds circled outside, and then returned, once again approaching Mountain Cliff City. Combat Beast messengers attack. At this moment, the leader of Mountain Cliff City's defense shouted, and took the lead to fly into the sky, facing the flock of fat but birds. A large number of Combat Beast messengers followed closely behind, and for a moment humans and birds started fighting in the sky. "Little Eagle, let's go, do you dare?" Young Jean Boudou had already sneaked out of the City Lord Manor. He said to the arrowtail eagle on his shoulder. The little arrowtail eagle screeched, its young face filled with pride. It flapped its wings and lightly pecked Jean Boudou's face. It was angry at its master for looking down on it. "Since you're not afraid, then come with me." Jean Boudou smiled. He seemed to be a simple youth, but he was actually Feng Yuan's clone. During this period of time, he'd been taken as a disciple by the City Lord of Cliff City, and he'd been together with the little arrowtail eagle day and night, so he'd long since grasped its bestial nature thoroughly. Now, with just a little provocation, the little arrowtail eagle's fighting spirit was ignited. "Come on, little arrowtail eagle," Jean Boudou suddenly shouted. The arrow-tailed eagle screeched and flapped its wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. It hovered for a moment before diving down to Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou shouted again, "Beast Envoy, transform!" He activated his goo, and his whole body shone with a dazzling green light. The little arrowtail eagle crashed into his body, fusing into the human-shaped light body. At the next moment, the human-shaped light body collided and changed shape. As the green light faded, Jean Boudou had turned into a 10-feet-tall monster, with an eagle's head and human body. He had green wings on his back, and his hands and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Boudou flapped his wings, causing intense winds to blow as he flew into the sky, joining the battle. "Look, it's little Do, he sneaked away after all," joining the battle behind our backs. "This child." A middle-aged woman worriedly looked at Jean Boudou's tiny figure. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had a son, but he died in his childhood. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Jean Boudou as his disciple, Jean Boudou quickly assimilated into this family. This caused the middle-aged woman to treat him as her godson, and most of the love she had for her deceased son was given to Jean Boudou. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left. His lower body was cut off at the waist, but he had a healthy expression and was full of vigor. He looked at Jean Boudou's figure for a while before praising. "Ha ha ha, this lad's battle standard is getting higher and higher. As expected of someone who was trained by me. Father, you have taken in a good disciple. That's still your good godson." The Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his white beard, his heart filled with comfort. He had originally taken in Jean Boudou, but because of a coincidence, the little arrowtail eagle recognized Jean Boudou as its kin. It could not be separated. But after teaching him, Mountain Cliff City Lord was pleasantly surprised to find that Jean Boudou was like an unpolished jade. The more he polished it, the brighter it would shine. The comprehension that Jean Boudou displayed, as well as his hard-working spirit, made Mountain Cliff City Lord very satisfied. And what made him even more satisfied was Jean Boudou's temperament. He was willing to help others, brave and warm-hearted. Just like sunlight, it could directly shine into people's hearts. "Be careful." In the sky, Jean Boudou shouted, and his speed increased rapidly. He waved his right claw, and instantly shot out a wind blade. The light green wind blade was like a curved blade, and directly killed the fat but bird that was chasing after it. "Thank you, little Do." The battle beast envoy that was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City, and his mood was slightly complicated. Because normally, he looked down on little Do, and teased him for his low strength. That he was only recognized by the little arrowtail eagle because of his good luck. But now it seemed that Jean Boudou's battle technique was clearly above him, and he even disregarded the past and saved him. "No need to be so polite, we are all from Mountain Cliff City." Jean Boudou opened its beak, and spoke in a human voice. Hearing this, the saved battle beast envoy's mood became even more complicated. "Quickly regroup, fight the fat but birds and protect the city," Jean Boudou urged. Yes. The battle beast envoy nodded heavily and continued to participate in the fierce battle. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the others saw this scene, and their evaluation of Jean Budu increased by another level. This child, the middle-aged woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed. When we get home, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man on the wheelchair laughed loudly. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly and did not comment. After this performance, other people's impression of me will increase by a lot. Jean Budu was very calm as he calculated. The battle beast envoy that was saved by him was very grateful to him. Unbeknownst to him, Jean Budu was also grateful to him. Without such an opponent, how can I show off my noble character? After obtaining the little arrowtail eagle's recognition, his status skyrocketed, and he became the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. This made many people envious. Feng Yuan made use of everyone's mentality and carefully selected an opponent that looked fierce, but was actually harmless. And after he deliberately sought a chance encounter, this opponent had a verbal conflict with him. After that, Feng Yuan deepened this conflict and purposely allowed the opponent to bully him in public. Then, with the bruises on his face, he took the initiative to find Mountain Cliff City Lord and asked him to increase the intensity of his training, but did not explain any details. With that, even the Mountain Cliff City Lord knew what was going on. Originally, Feng Yuan wanted to use this opponent to raise his prestige. He didn't expect that the fat but bird disaster would give him a better opportunity. Once the opportunity appeared, Feng Yuan's clone immediately grasped it, and under the gaze of many people, he saved this opponent. Ever since I transmigrated, my luck has not been bad. Even when the bird egg fell from the sky, I used up a lot of luck. It seems that the main body's attainment in luck path is getting deeper. It has given me a lot of help. After an intense battle, the fat but bird was defeated. Jean Budu's performance was extremely outstanding. He almost killed the bird king, but was stopped by Mountain Cliff City Lord. After the battle, Jean Budu purposely asked Mountain Cliff City Lord, expressing his confusion. Grandpa, why didn't you let me kill that hateful bird king? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City will never have to face such a disaster again. Little do Mountain Cliff City Lord rubbed the head of Feng Yuan's clone and said amiably, even if you kill that bird king, the birds will choose a new one. Then why didn't you do it, Grandpa? With your strength, you can completely exterminate the entire bird group. Feng Yuan asked naively. Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. That is because the bird poop is also good stuff. It can increase the fertility of the soil and help crops grow faster and healthier. There are even many merchant groups that come to exchange for the bird poop with us. Is that so? So the smelly bird poop is actually a treasure? Feng Yuan's clone was shocked. Seeing this, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. Little do, Grandpa taught you not to judge a book by its cover. Similarly, you cannot judge everything in the world by its cover. I understand. I will remember Grandpa's words. Feng Yuan's clone nodded heavily. Good child. The Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again and thought to himself, other than this reason, there are other reasons. But I'll let you keep that pure heart of yours, my disciple. You are still too young to come into contact with those things. After bidding farewell to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Feng Yuan walked out of the City Lord estate. The City Lord estate had a tall foundation. It was a city within a city. Feng Yuan used the terrain to observe the entire city. In the city, they had already begun to recuperate and rebuild. Large numbers of mortals stopped hiding. They came out of the tunnels and cellars. This fat but bird calamity not only raised Feng Yuan's reputation, it also deepened his understanding of this world. The fat but bird king is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am only a rank 1 Gu Master, but after fusing with the arrowtail eagle, I almost killed it. In this grotto heaven, it is too easy to obtain such battle strength. No wonder the Gu Master tradition cannot develop. If the Gu Master tradition existed, this city would not be a simple pile of rocks. It would have dozens of Gu houses defending it. The fat but bird calamity would not cause such huge losses. However, there are many benefits to keeping the fat but bird calamity. Mountain Cliff City is at the peak of a mountain. It is surrounded by hard and thick mountain soil. It needs bird poop to produce enough food. Moreover, bird poop can be used as a specialty. It can attract caravans to come here and exchange goods. Cliff City can make use of this test to select even more geniuses. It can give the people of the city external pressure. It will help in unity and make the citizens support the ruler more. The killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation covers the entire grotto heaven. Goo masters can easily use the killer move's power to transform here. The process needs to expend positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean the people here are naive. Those with high status have their own schemes and methods. Feng Yuan thought as he arrived at the outer city. Ah, it is Lord Jean Budu. It is young Master Jean Budu. Greetings, young master. Our entire family witnessed young master's heroic battle. Along the way, Feng Yuan was welcomed by many people. He opened his mouth and rubbed his head, smiling embarrassedly, showing his white teeth. Hello everyone. Don't call me young master or lord, just call me little Du. Come, grandpa, let me help you. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly walked towards the old grandpa and snatched his shovel. Grandpa, take a rest first. I will help you clean your poop. Feng Yuan said. Oh, little Du, you are here to help me again. You are such a good child, such a good child. The old grandpa's eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys were full of positive emotions, strength could change one's mentality. Many of them had to maintain their status. Who would be like Feng Yuan? Even though he was Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple, he often came to the commoners. He was not afraid of hardship. He was not afraid of getting dirty. He truly helped the commoners. Feng Yuan worked as he thought. Looking at the days, my main body should be making a move soon. With my own progress, I cannot reach my goal in a short period of time. I will need my main body to release beast calamities. I will coordinate with him here. The beast calamities released by my main body will not be as small as those fat but birds. Chapter 1867. The river of time flowed slowly, emitting a colorful radiance. Compared to the river of time, this river was not wide. It was only a tributary. This was Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's tributary of the river of time. Because of this tributary, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the flow of time. It was not a static world. A figure quietly appeared. He had a fair and peerless face. He had a high nose bridge and deep black eyes. His long hair hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. It was Feng Yuan's main body. Let's do it here. Feng Yuan looked at this tributary of the river of time and waved his hand. In an instant, 12 balls of light shot out. The lumps of light landed in the tributary of the river of time and turned into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts were of different species. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. Among them, the primordial year rat, primordial year ox, and primordial year dog were the most powerful. Back then, when Feng Yuan fought with celestial quartz goo immortals in the river of time, Feng Yuan used myriad year flying warship and won against celestial court. But at the final stage, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to find trouble with Feng Yuan. The immemorial year ox broke myriad year flying warship's hull. The immemorial year dog tore the side of the ship, while the immemorial year beast directly entered and took away year's flow like water immortal goo. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had prepared for this. He had already designed a fake year's flow like water immortal goo as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It instead attracted most of the firepower and helped Feng Yuan's myriad year flying warship to escape easily. After that, Feng Yuan rested and reorganized himself. He rode myriad year flying warship back to the river of time to find trouble with these immemorial year beasts. After some effort, he subdued them one by one. This way, Feng Yuan finally collected 12 different immemorial year beasts. During his cultivation, Feng Yuan successfully created the 12 zodiac battle formation on this foundation. Right now, I'm still not familiar with the 12 zodiac battle formation, so I can't fight against the celestial court. However, it is more than enough for the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan already had a plan in mind. 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was an ancient battle formation. It was different from the current Gu formations. Moreover, because Feng Yuan's main body was not personally participating in it, it was rather difficult to control this ancient battle formation. It was fine against an enemy like the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. But if it was used against the experts of the Celestial Court, it would be extremely difficult. The immemorial Year Beast roared, and the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was activated. The 12 balls of light released a dazzling radiance, and formed 12 golden pillars of light that reached the bottom of the river and into the sky. The giant pillars were closely connected. Soon after, the golden light scattered, and the 12 golden pillars disappeared, leaving behind a thick golden fog that shrouded the surface of the tributary of the River of Time. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Hua hua hua. The golden fog affected the tributary of the River of Time, causing the river water in this tributary to flow faster and faster. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was specialized in fighting and killing, but Feng Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. When he activated it now, it surpassed the original limitations of the battle formation and caused a mystical change, affecting the flow of time in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Such an effect was naturally very intense. At this moment the Qilin Heavenly Spirit must have sensed it. Feng Yuan smiled and waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and letting out a large number of year beasts. These year beasts included desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts roared and charged out of the golden fog, charging into Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As a time path Gu immortal, when attacking blessed lands and grotto heavens, they would have a way that other paths could not control. That was the tributary of the River of Time. As a time path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Feng Yuan naturally had such an offensive method. Feng Yuan was a giant demon of the current generation. Once he made a move, he immediately caused a huge impact to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was shaped like a Qilin. It suddenly realized, oh no, the tributary of the River of Time is changing. A time path great expert is forcefully changing the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. We must stop him. The Gu cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had gone astray. They did not know about the real outside world. They only thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But the Qilin Heavenly Spirit was formed from Beast Calamity Immortal's obsession. It was not part of this. The Qilin Heavenly Spirit was knowledgeable. After Feng Yuan made a move, it immediately understood that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was raised by Feng Yuan by many times. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very frequently. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the repeated calamities and tribulations. The Qilin Heavenly Spirit did not offer itself, but it controlled Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It naturally had many ways to warn the Gu cultivators here. Moreover, Feng Yuan wanted them to find out that the large numbers of year beasts that he sent out had already left the tributary of the River of Time. They were appearing everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A grand calamity and tribulation instantly formed. It caught the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven off guard. Because of the year beast's destruction, the various places suffered huge losses. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in chaos. Mountain Cliff City was naturally affected. Mountain Cliff City Lord, who had Gu immortal level battle strength, was mobilized. To resolve this calamity, we need to get rid of the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. The core members of the city nodded. They had heavy expressions. Without the Mountain Cliff City Lord holding the fort, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His young face was filled with fighting spirit. Everyone could not help but chuckle when they saw this. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted the shoulder of Feng Yuan's clone as he left. Feng Yuan looked at the old man's departing figure, thinking, my main body is setting up a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. Once Mountain Cliff City Lord leaves, he will be trapped in the formation and wait for me to save him. The stage is already set. I am the main character now. Time passed quickly. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The year beast calamity was still spreading, but because Feng Yuan's main body controlled the source, the calamity did not threaten the foundation of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As the only super force in the Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild started to mobilize young Gu masters. Jean Budu was among them. He and a group of similar age Gu masters were brought to a valley. This was an entrance that the Qilin Heavenly Spirit had secretly arranged. It could directly enter and exit the tributary of the River of Time. The guild leader, the current generation Combat Beast King, was a thin old man. He personally explained the situation to these youngsters. After our exploration, we found that the golden fog that is spreading in this river has many peculiarities that can be used. The younger and stronger the youngster, the easier it will be for them to enter and exit. Right now, most of the combat beast warriors are trapped in the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally a standard that Feng Yuan had purposely set up. It was to make it easier for his clone to enter. Jean Buddha's clone had recently advanced to rank 2. Just his cultivation level alone was outstanding. Moreover, there was the arrowtail eagle, the future desolate beast. Together with Jean Buddha's own strong will, he expressed that he wanted to save his master, even if he had to sacrifice his life. His lifelike acting skills made everyone believe that it was real, and he raised his reputation quite a bit. This operation will depend on you. Although you are still young, this world is at a critical juncture of life and death. It needs your strength. You will be the saviors of this world. The Combat Beast King encouraged, immediately igniting the youngster's fighting spirit and hot blood. Jean Budu secretly rolled his eyes, but his expression was the most excited. His fighting spirit was the highest. He was the first to charge into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was filled with golden fog. Gu masters could step into it like they were standing on flat ground. There were wild beasts here, but the strongest were mutated beasts. There was not a single desolate beast. But to these youngsters, it was a huge obstacle. The combat beast warriors who entered earlier were already suppressed. Their bodies were covered in the fog. They were like golden statues. It was very difficult for them to even move. The first batch of warriors who entered the fog were already stiff. They were like golden statues, unable to move. Jean Budu entered and killed mutated beasts. He saved his companions. He then became the leader. He was in the limelight. Gu immortals were saved by him one after another. Jean Budu became their benefactor. To think that one day, I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy. Many Gu immortals expressed similar emotions. Thank you, young man. If you have any trouble in the future, come and find me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Feng Yuan in the previous life. To think that he would be saved by Feng Yuan's clone in this life. Did you see my master, Mountain Cliff City Lord? Jean Budu asked everyone he met. He naturally knew that Mountain Cliff City Lord was hidden by his main body. Little Du is such a good child. He never gave up on saving his master. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. I am really envious of Mountain Cliff City Lord. He took in such a good disciple. Oh, Little Du, you cannot go anymore. Time flows very quickly in this golden fog. It will reduce your lifespan. I am not afraid. I must save my master. My achievements today are all because of my master's teachings and nurturing. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. Jean Buddha did not let go of any chance to show his worth. He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Moreover, this is a good thing. Time flows quickly. My cultivation speed is also fast. How many days has it been? I already have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level. The stronger I am, the more people I can save my master. Jean Budu shouted, trying to let more people hear him. Child, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. This is lifespan Gu. It can increase your lifespan and make up for your loss. Combat Beast King appeared in time, handing the lifespan goo to Jean Budu. Jean Budu pretended to be overjoyed. He said, "Grandpa, you are already so old, you should use it. It can extend your lifespan." Combat Beast King was pleased. Thinking that he did not give it to the wrong person, he immediately persuaded Jean Budu in a friendly manner. Good child, good child. Grandpa has more. You need these lifespan goo the most. You can only enter the golden fog if you are in a young state. I almost forgot. No wonder I feel that it is getting harder to enter and leave the fog. Jean Budu showed a look of realization. He was also in a difficult spot. After a difficult choice, he nodded and accepted the lifespan goo. Feng Yuan's clone was the main battle strength. Most of the Combat Beast warriors were saved because of him. Combat Beast King would definitely protect his greatest hope. But he did not know that this was all Feng Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1868. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Feng Yuan's clone Jean Budu entered the Golden Fog time and time again, rescuing the Gu immortals trapped inside. Each time, he had to go through tough battles, facing countless fierce beasts. He was covered in injuries from the exhaustion. His companions of the same age gradually accepted his leadership, because their past battle achievements proved that Jean Budu's decisions were wise and correct. This time, there are 3 beast groups coming from the southeast, north and southwest direction. They are surrounding you. Feng Yuan's main body transmitted. Oh, okay. I will lead them to break out. Oh, right. Help me get rid of that white-robed youngster beside me. Feng Yuan's clone Jean Budu replied. Understood. Feng Yuan's main body was at the densest area of the golden fog. He was lying down leisurely, with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the Year Beast army moved out, attacking his clone's group. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. In the Battle of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he even deceived Duke Long into obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. But this Primordial Origin true inheritance only contained a small portion of the first half. Even so, Feng Yuan sighed in admiration as he looked at it. From this small portion of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi path was vast and powerful. It was extremely skillful. He also understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's talent. He was extraordinary. As expected of a venerable, he could not be restricted by common sense. The contents of this true inheritance are still very useful even now. Of course, after so many years, Chi path has been developing and innovating. The killer move Unlimited Chi C that I have is the best proof. This small portion of Primordial Origin's Chi path true inheritance mainly contained the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long was unwilling to give it to him, but Feng Yuan insisted. After all, Chi Wall was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's signature method. It was famous in history. Everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted to make peace with Chi Si ancestor, but seeing Feng Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Through this Chi Wall killer move, I have gained a deeper understanding of that Chi Wall in Celestial Court. I will try to break it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In his past life, the wall of air that appeared in the Celestial Court caused great trouble for Longevity Heaven. If Feng Yuan could break this move, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court. However, it was clear that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. After all, it was the work of an immortal venerable. The only consolation was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Wall killer move had been passed down until now. It was filled with the style of the remote antiquity era. It was already outdated. This might be the key for Feng Yuan to break through the Chi Wall. Of course, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't decipher it. There were no invincible immortal Gu. Only invincible Gu immortals. No killer move was perfect and invincible. All killer moves could be broken, but the same killer move could be used by different people, and the power and effectiveness would be vastly different. Whether Feng Yuan could break the Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable personally used, this was a huge question. Perhaps, Duke Long had considered this. That was why he generously handed the contents of the Qi Wall killer move to Feng Yuan. At the same time, this small portion of the true inheritance is the best bait to lure me into joining the celestial court. Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. If there was really a Qi Sea ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, he would not be able to resist this temptation. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so many years, it showed that Qi Sea ancestor was not interested in authority. At the same time, he cultivated Qi Path. But Qi Path had been declining for a long time. Only the Celestial Court had the most valuable Qi Path true inheritances. But the truth was Qi Sea ancestor was just a disguise for Feng Yuan. If Duke Long knew that he was helping the enemy, who knew how he would feel? It is about time. Feng Yuan researched the Qi Path true inheritance while paying attention to the 12 zodiac formation. In this short period of time, he had already cooperated with the clone Zhan Budu and completed another performance. Some of the youngsters around Zhan Budu were sacrificed, dying in battle. Some of these people were obstacles. Feng Yuan was already clearing the obstacles for the next step of his plan. Zhan Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned triumphantly. There were only 1 or 2 combat beast warriors left in the Golden Fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Zhan Budu saved Mountain Cliff City Lord, Feng Yuan would stop and return to the 12 zodiac battle formation. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Feng Yuan had already achieved his current goal by nurturing his clone. Other than increasing his cultivation level, Zhan Budu's greatest gain was the expansion of his network. After this battle, almost all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven received Zhan Budu's favor. This favor was not a small matter, it was the favor of saving their lives. If this was the outside world, the Gu immortals might turn against them. But here, those who could become combat beast warriors needed to have a lot of positive intentions. Thus, all of them knew how to repay favors. There was no lack of people who would repay favors with a fountain. Zhan Budu did not lack resources, his future was bright. And he would not ask for favors, he was even more humble and polite. He did not care about anything. He displayed all sorts of virtues and moral character. Feng Yuan could have killed them all in one go. But these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. He killed many combat beast warriors. After rebirth, he changed his plan. He used a different method to annex them. It was to preserve the value of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to the greatest extent. These Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven will all be subdued. They will be a supplement to my subordinates. In the future, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, I will send them to battle. They will have a certain effect. Of course, their methods are too superficial. They can catch the enemies off guard. Once they are exposed, these Gu immortals will suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu masters took a shortcut. Even though they could obtain battle strength easily, they were not abundant. They were not orthodox Gu cultivation methods. Like now, Feng Yuan had just set up a 12 zodiac formation. But he was able to fool all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the combat beast king could not tell the truth. He thought it was the Golden Fog. He did not even see the true appearances of the 12 immemorial year beasts. Just with this difference, Feng Yuan could easily suppress them. Like in the previous life, when Feng Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into a bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. And these combat beast warriors and combat beast king had always thought that Feng Yuan was a beast calamity. He had all sorts of powerful battle techniques. They had never thought about Gu worms or killer moves. Their horizons were too shallow. Several days later, Feng Yuan retrieved the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that enveloped the tributary of the River of Time also vanished. To avoid suspicion, before leaving, Feng Yuan purposely released a large group of year beasts. It was like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the Combat Beast Guild obtained complete victory. Everyone was overjoyed. The Gu immortals were all saved. They started to move around, killing or capturing the scattered year beasts in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's time flow was still affected by Feng Yuan's killer move. It was extremely fast. Jean Budu became the object of everyone's praise. The Gu immortals were grateful to him. Combat Beast King even gave him an award in front of everyone, encouraging him. "Oh little Du, you are truly the little savior. You saved everyone. That is also indirectly saving the entire world." Jean Budu quickly waved his hand and thanked him. His tone was very humble. From this moment onwards, the title of Little Savior belonged to Jean Budu. Next, he had to wait for another fortuitous encounter to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would openly accept the test and inherit Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Feng Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai was Feng Yuan's clone. Even though his progress was not as great as Jean Buda's, his days were still very good. Ever since the last poem recitation, Li Xiaobai was paid close attention to by the private school's teacher Jiang. He arranged many private tutoring sessions for him. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed his potential and talent. Teacher Jiang was pleasantly surprised. He taught him even more carefully. At this rate, he is still far from reaching the highest level of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It is a pity. Profound literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven are different. The latter is sealed, but the former has a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, it is an information path Grotto Heaven that specializes in gathering information. It is not easy for me to make a move. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 Zodiac battle formation, it might be seen through. Feng Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai's development. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead the Beast Army to invade profound literature Grotto Heaven. But that way, he would have to fight against that rank 8 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan was not afraid, but it would be hard for him to win quickly. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was easy to be implicated. They would suffer heavy losses. Feng Yuan did not want to see this. If he could forcefully attack, he would have done so already. Profound literature Grotto Heaven itself could not be annexed, but the information path inheritances and resources inside were targets that Feng Yuan coveted. Feng Yuan had a total of 5 clones now. The Time Path clone was the earliest clone. It was currently at rank 6 in order to use the Light of Wisdom. The Dragon Man clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7. It controlled Dragon Palace, and was also the strongest. It was currently in contact with Gu tribe, and had many good results. Jean Budu made huge progress with Feng Yuan's help. Li Xiaobai had to rely on his own hard work. It was not time for him to exert his strength yet. As for Feng Yuan's fake identities, there were even more of them. On this day, Feng clan contacted Feng Yuan. More accurately speaking, it was not Gyue Feng Yuan, but his fake identity, Swan Bujin. Elder Swan Bujin, we need you to help Second Supreme Elder refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Feng clan not only to develop Green Ghost Desert, but also to obtain Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. It was extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had personally experienced it. Chapter 1869. Feng Clan's Headquarters. An Immortal Gu house was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open. A huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall. They were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace, there was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This Wisdom Path Gu formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water. It tried to permeate into Divine Bean Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the Wisdom Path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow. He had an ordinary appearance and a beard. He looked like a mortal. but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was Fong Clan's second supreme elder, Fong Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe. He looked like a thin middle-aged man. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His temples were white. He looked proud and aloof. It was Fong Yuan who was disguised as Swan Bujin. At this moment Fong Yuan sighed. This divine bean palace is truly amazing. Even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree. We are like two worms. Even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for divine bean palace. Indeed, Fong Dichang nodded. The worst thing is, even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while. Fong Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the venerables. His recovery speed is the highest. He has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder. We are both Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. It will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu house. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us. It will definitely be effective. Fong Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path Gu Immortals to begin with. News of our clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path Gu Immortals. Brother, guess which one it is? Fong Dichang asked. Fong Yuan had a thought. Without thinking, he said, I think it is Celestial Court? Brother, you guessed right. The Immortal Gu Immortal Courthouse. Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path Gu Immortals to take back Divine Bean Palace. Their past grudges would be written off. He even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace, he Gu Immortal Gu of Gu. He had in Gu of Gu sect he said, Celestial Court scheme is wishful thinking. They want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Fong clan to submit. Gu house imafov of IMS, he can kin of Gu. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu Immortal walked towards Fong Yuan and Fong Dichang. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu Immortal walked towards Fong Yuan and Fong Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are right. This Gu Immortal was an old man. He had white hair and eyebrows. His beard was like a lion's mane. His muscles were bulging. His figure was firm. He had a grand aura. He was Fong clan's first supreme elder, Fong Gong. Fong Gong patted Fong Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here. You have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back. Fong Yuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, First Supreme Elder. The matter of taking down Divine Bean Palace has stimulated my interest and fighting spirit. Moreover, I am Fong Clan's external Supreme Elder. Helping Fong Clan is helping myself. Isn't that so? His mind, however, was clear. This Fong Clan is under too much pressure. They finally want my help to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Fong Clan's attitude towards me is not strange at all. It seems that I can use this chance to threaten them and raise the price. I will gain some benefits first. Fong Yuan's heart was simply too black. Not only did he want Divine Bean Palace, he also wanted to extort benefits from Fong Clan. Fong Clan was truly unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fong Yuan's interference, Fong Clan's situation would have been very good. With just Fong Clan's hard work, they resolved the crisis. Even at the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they did not manage to refine Divine Bean Palace. The banquet was grand. Fong Clan really wanted to borrow Swan Bujin's strength. Fong Clan's higher-ups were very enthusiastic. Fong Gong, who was a rank 8, was even more amiable. Fong Yuan promised on the spot that he would do his best to help. Thus both the host and guests were happy. If Fong Clan knew that this Gu Immortal they were entertaining was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, they might tear apart Fong Yuan's tendons on the spot. In the following days, Fong Yuan followed Fong Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Bean Palace through the Wisdom Path Immortal Formation. Divine Bean Palace had an endless supply of resources. It could recover on its own, and could not be penetrated. If today's progress was 10 tomorrow, it would fall to 3 or 4. Every time Feng Yuan and Feng Dichang made a move, they would deduce until their minds heated up. They could only stop helplessly when it reached the limit. Even though I did not use my full strength, I have displayed the standard of a rank 7 wisdom path Gu Immortal. Even so, Feng Dichang's progress is slow with my help. Not to mention what kind of situation he was in without my help. Feng Yuan understood the situation, and felt a trace of sympathy towards Feng Dichang. He also felt a trace of rejoice. Precisely because Feng Dichang used his full strength to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace. He did not have any spare energy and time. Feng Yuan's scheme against Feng Clan succeeded. In comparison, Feng Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His attainment level was higher than Feng Yuan's. Putting in all his effort every day, even though Feng Yuan concealed a portion of his strength, he was gradually feeling exhausted. Feng Dichang was even more so. He was truly putting in all his effort. Relying on this tenacious spirit, even though refining Divine Bean Palace had always been very difficult, he had accumulated quite a bit of results. Feng Clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcefully take down Divine Bean Palace. This is a true refinement. There is naturally hope of success. However, the price we have to pay is huge. Let's not talk about other things, just the immortal essence alone is a huge sum. If I add Wood Path and Refinement Path, it will be much easier. Of course, if I use my full strength, not just in Wisdom Path, but also in Formation Path, the situation will be completely different. Feng Yuan naturally would not do this. Feeling that the time was right, he stopped on a certain day, and did not appear in time. Feng Dichang hurriedly went to ask, "Brother, are you injured? Are you alright? I have already prepared everything. I can heal you." Feng Yuan coughed. "Thank you for your concern, second elder. I am indeed injured, but it is not a big deal. I can handle it myself. It is just that the immortal essence loss is too severe. My mind is also tired. The workload is too heavy and heavy. How many years will it take to completely refine Divine Bean Palace? I really can't hold on for much longer." Feng Dichang's eyes widened when he heard this. Swan Bujin was going to quit. What should he do? He finally had some results. If he did not persevere every day, these results would quickly disappear. Thinking of Feng Clan's situation, Feng Dichang was anxious. "Brother," Feng Dichang smiled. "Our Feng Clan will not mistreat you, don't worry." Feng Yuan said seriously, "Second elder, don't think that I am purposely quitting. I am not that kind of person. I trust Feng Clan. Joining Feng Clan is the best proof. At the same time, my cooperation with Feng Clan started long ago. When we attacked Divine Bean Palace, we established an alliance agreement. I have never forgotten this alliance agreement." Feng Yuan spoke with deep sincerity. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Feng Dichang immediately understood Feng Yuan's hidden meaning. He smiled again. "Brother, I understand, haha. We have never forgotten the alliance agreement back then. Indeed, you helped our Feng Clan seize Divine Bean Palace. According to the agreement, our Feng Clan has to give you the immortal Gu. We are still in arrears now. It is our Feng Clan's fault. I apologize to you. If you need our clan's immortal Gu, I will arrange for someone to send it over." "Sigh. I can't. Second elder, I really did not mean that. You misunderstood me," Feng Yuan said. "Misunderstood? Why would I misunderstand you?" Feng Dichang snorted internally. He had already seen through Swan Bujin. This was a ruthless person, who would not do anything without benefits. Back then, when they attacked Divine Bean Palace, he had used this chance to ask for Great Thief Immortal Gu. Now, he was playing this trick again. Feng Dichang really wanted to slap Feng Yuan a few times, but he forcefully endured it. There was no helping it. He needed Swan Bujin's help now. With Swan Bujin helping him, the effect was indeed good. Thus, Feng Dichang strongly wanted to give Feng Yuan the immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan kept pushing it away, refusing to accept it. Feng Dichang had a bad premonition. Swan Bujin was acting like this. He definitely had a bigger scheme. After pushing it away again and again, Fong Dichang said directly, "Brother, if you have any thoughts, just say it." Fong Yuan said solemnly, "Second elder, don't look down on me. I am also a member of Fong clan. With Fong clan's current situation, how could I do such a despicable thing like taking advantage of the situation to threaten you? Am I Swan Bujin that kind of person? On the contrary, I feel that the previous Immortal Gu reward is too high. I am willing to take a step back and not want the Immortal Gu reward." Fong Dichang felt even worse, but then he heard Fong Yuan say, "If you really want me to say it, I can only be frank. Second elder, you are one of us, hee. I have nothing to hide from you. To speak the truth, I am quite interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Gu. I just want to take a look at the True Inheritance's contents. Of course, if Second Elder finds it difficult, then forget it." Chapter 1870. Bam! Fong clan's first Supreme Elder Fong Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair. His eyes flickered with anger. "This Swan Bujin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He dares to extort our Fong clan. Damn it! He deserves death." Fong Gong was furious after hearing Fong Dichang's report. Fong Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Swan Bujin indeed has some ability. Our Fong clan recruiting Swan Bujin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Swan Bujin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the Theft Path True Inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the Theft Path True Inheritance? That is thieving Heaven Venerable's True Inheritance. Fong Gong's eyes were wide open. Fong Dichang smiled bitterly. "If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now. We might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Being Palace. It will take too long." Fong clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Gu Immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fong Yuan's 2 dragon generals, but it was done cleanly. Fong Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Being Palace. Thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fong clan thought this was either one of Western Desert super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Gu Immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fong Gong was silent. He was the first Supreme Elder after all. He gradually calmed down. Fong clan's current situation indeed required Swan Bujin's help. Once Divine Being Palace was obtained, Fong clan would be able to turn the situation around, In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other Immortal Gu houses, Fong clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces. Swan Bujin was the key to Fong clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he is stuck at this juncture. This Swan Bujin has guts and ability. Fong Gong snickered. Fong Dichang understood Fong Gong. Hearing his words, he knew that Fong Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fong clan survived this crisis, Fong Gong would definitely punish Swan Bujin and vent his anger. Fong Dichang smiled. Actually, Swan Bujin knows his limits. He did not ask for my Wisdom Path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's Immortal Gu house. If he makes these 2 requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fong clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fong clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fong clan's use of this Dao thieving heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path Immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Luchan earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fong Di laughed. This Swan Bujin's Wisdom Path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard, but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. He, you really think highly of this person. You actually praised him. Fang Dichang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent. Why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's not easy to make a daring thing like Swan Bujin truly loyal to our clan." After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move theft path. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to create theft path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of theft path. Fang Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, theft path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the Dao marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fang Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the Theft Path Immortal Gu House in the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Thieves Denver Fang Yuan's Theft Path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fang Clan's advantage is in building immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this thieves' den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fang Clan's successive generations from the contents of thieves' den. They had tried to repair this immortal Gu house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with theft path. They are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved, but asking for the contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance was already his limit. Fang Yuan knew Fang Clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fang Clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for Thieves' Den, it would be too much. It would greatly exceed Fang Clan's foundation. They would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a wisdom path Gu immortal, I am too interested in theft path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fang Dichang did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand, and then used wisdom to kill Wan Liang Han. These left a deep impression in Fang Clan's hearts. Thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan could not tell. At least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain, because Fang Clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fang Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fang Clan. Even though Fang Gong was strong, and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to Duke Long. There was still a gap in battle strength between him and Fang Yuan. However, the possibility of Fang Yuan making the final decision was not high. Fang Gong had once suppressed Qin Yi. His strength was at the top of rank 8. At the same time, this was Fang Clan's headquarters. There were many arrangements that Fang Yuan did not know about. The biggest possibility was that a huge battle would erupt, and the world would know about it. By then, not only would Fang Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert's righteous path superforces would also find the best reason to help Fang Clan exterminate the demon and attack Fang Clan. Moreover, the Celestial Court would not be idle. With such a good opportunity, they would definitely send Gu Immortals to take action. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before deciding to help Fang Dichang maintain the current situation. This was the most beneficial solution for him. After reading Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Fang Yuan no longer complained about fatigue. He worked together with Fang Dichang to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace. At least, from the looks of it, he was doing his best. Progress was still difficult. But after accumulating time and time again, a qualitative change occurred. Divine Being Palace's entrance open. Gu immortals could enter and leave freely. This was huge progress. Fong clan was very excited. Even Fong Dichang was smiling happily. They could see Fong clan's rise. However, the following facts were like a bucket of cold water pouring over the hearts of Fong clan's Gu immortals. No matter how hard Fong Dichang tried to refine Divine Being Palace, there was no progress. This was a stark contrast to before. It seems that at this stage, Divine Being Palace's internal structure is not what I deduced. It has undergone a huge change. We can only make progress by changing the entire wisdom path formation. Fong Dichang said to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan nodded. But how do we change this wisdom path formation? Before that, we need to probe Divine Being Palace and understand more. Sigh. If we had a wood path great expert to help us, it would be much easier. Right now with our wisdom path we can only make wild guesses. Fong Dichang smiled bitterly. Other than making wild guesses, what else can we do? The matter of forcefully refining Divine Being Palace fell into a bottleneck. Divine Being Palace was indeed a personal creation of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The more Fong Dichang and Fong Yuan researched it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fong Dichang racked his brains, but could not find a good solution. Fong Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention any of them. During this period of time, he had not had the chance to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, he would definitely be able to open up a new situation. Sitting here and thinking is not in line with my cultivation path. I should go out and relax. Maybe I will get some inspiration. Fong Yuan retreated in order to advance. He took the initiative to leave. Fong Dichang and Fong Gongku could not make him stay. They also needed Swan Bujin's help in the future, so they could only let Fong Yuan leave. Fong Yuan left Fong clan and entered Green Ghost Desert on the surface, but he was secretly exploring dream realms. During this period of time, his transaction with Chi Chuyu continued. He also used Second Aperture Mortal Gu to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path to collect dream realms for Wood Path. Without the help of a Wood Path Great Expert? No problem. I can become a Wood Path Great Expert myself. Isn't that enough? Fong Yuan's method of breaking out of this situation was simple and violent. These Wood Path Dream Realms could not stump him. In terms of experience in exploring dream realms, Fong Yuan was already the #1 person in the world. People like Duke Long did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Fong Yuan's Wood Path attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have any in-depth contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long after, he became a Wood Path Master. Several days passed in the outside world. He became a Wood Path Grandmaster. The dream realms in his hands were used up again. Fong Yuan was filled with confidence. He would research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Being Palace again. Immediately, countless plans appeared in his mind. Most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine suitable Wood Path Immortal Gu. The current Wood Path Immortal Gu are not suitable. Fong Yuan was hesitant. If he wanted to refine Wood Path Immortal Gu, it was possible. After all, he had Langya sect. But in that case he could not refine Luck Path Immortal Gu. The two Eastern Sea immortal souls searched Fangzheng and told Qi Si ancestor about it. Thus, Fong Yuan knew about Celestial Court's scheme. He also knew about Qin Dingling. From the Hairy Man Gu immortals refining Luck Path Immortal Gu, he deduced that Celestial Court was also fighting to refine Luck Path Immortal Gu. Even though most of them could not win against Fong Yuan, Celestial Court still managed to get a small portion. Now that they were changing their target and refining Wood Path Immortal Gu on a large scale, it meant that Fong Yuan was giving up on refining Luck Path Immortal Gu. But if he insisted on refining Luck Path Immortal Gu, Fong Yuan could only rely on Karma Divine Tree to subdue Divine Being Palace. It would be very difficult. Chapter 1871. Fong Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, He had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range. But he did not succeed. After that, he had a similar feeling. He knew that he had missed a huge opportunity. And if he missed this opportunity, he would feel great regret in the future. As expected, in the Battle of Central Continent, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Feng Yuan had this method, not only would he be able to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's continuous formation, he could even use 5 restriction profound light chi to deal with heroes among people. And this time, facing Divine Being Palace, this feeling appeared again. But different from the premonition in the previous life, this premonition came before I made my choice, while in the previous life, I only sensed it after I lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this also a form of progress? If this is a form of progress, then what is the reason for this progress? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Feng Yuan was very interested in the premonition itself, but he was even more interested in what caused this premonition. After deducing, Feng Yuan found the answer: attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can comprehend by analogy. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thoughts, wills, and emotions. The appearance of any emotion is a premonition. It has great significance, and is different from Gu immortals of other paths. Next is luck path. Luck path is about change. My luck path attainment level is at master level. I can also produce intuition. Next is time path. In the previous life, when I sensed that I had lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance, my time path attainment level had already shown its effect. This time, my time path attainment level is quasi-supreme grandmaster, so I can sense certain situations in the future. It is precisely because of this change that I now have a premonition in advance, and understand the importance of this choice. The increase in time path attainment level caused the relationship between premonition and events to change. This was a qualitative change. Finally, would path attainment level. Because this matter concerns Divine Being Palace, my would path attainment level was very ordinary, so my premonition was not very sensitive. When I became a wood path grandmaster, my premonition finally filled up the last piece and condensed it into form. Wisdom path realm, luck path realm, time path realm, wood path realm. These 4 realms complemented each other and formed a miraculous premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this. As of now, Feng Yuan was probably the only one who cultivated in all kinds of schools. More accurately speaking, in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, spectral soul demon venerable refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He also had the sovereign immortal body. It was hard to say in the future. In the future, dream realms would appear everywhere. Gu immortals could use dream realms to rapidly raise their attainment levels of all sorts of paths. When these realms were combined, they might be able to get a premonition. Feng Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation of premonition is wisdom path attainment level. The level of time path attainment determined whether it was a premonition or a premonition. Luck path realm can make me more sensitive to certain changes. As for wood path and other paths, they are within the range of premonition. My premonition this time is because my wood path attainment level has risen. That's why I have such a clear premonition. In the future, if I make up for the other paths, I will be able to premonition all sorts of things. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Feng Yuan's mind: omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence, Feng Yuan muttered. His heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Feng Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time, he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level. Feng Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8. After annexing Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, his calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop at this level, but Feng Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life. Feng Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day, he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy Fate Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths. They could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary, and even Feng Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Feng Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment. The prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration. Her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary. She had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of 3 venerables and the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His battle strength could rival Duke Long. He was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things. There were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal. It could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this. They would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Feng Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way, all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Quick, quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Langya white-haired land spirit urged, while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Langya felt it was not enough. He shouted, "The fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger." "But Lord, this is already the biggest fire." The hairy man Gu immortal shouted. Land spirit of Langya was experienced. He thought of a method with a turn of his eyes. He ordered, "Sixth hair, activate the wind formation in the formation. We will use wind to push the fire." Eighth hair, use a refinement path killer, move to pull out the remnant wind, and purify the incomplete immortal Gu. With wind, there would be the pollution of wind path Dao marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal Gu refinement could proceed smoothly. Land spirit of Langya made precise arrangements. He was busy but not chaotic. A moment later, the refinement path formation shook. A rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working. A brand new wood path immortal Gu was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed. They praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Langya, however, sighed. It is all thanks to Master's Gu recipe. Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment in refinement path. and Wood Path Grandmaster attainment. The Wood Path Immortal Goo recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Langya's peak level refinement path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort. The success rate was very high. The other Hairy Man Goo immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along, the success rate of Immortal Goo refinement has been too low. It is limited by refinement path attainment and Goo recipes. Most Goo immortals do not cultivate refinement path. They do not even cultivate refinement path as a secondary path. Their refinement path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying Goo recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires refinement path attainment and wisdom path deduction attainment. Refining Immortal Goo had always been a huge trap, but for Feng Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Feng Yuan had wisdom path methods like the Light of Wisdom. He also had Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. His attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of Immortal Goo were now non-existent for Feng Yuan. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very fast. After so many days, Feng Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Goo. He chose Wood Path in the end. He refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many Wood Path Goo immortals in Southern Border. They also had many Wood Path Immortal Goo, but Feng Yuan did not extort them. Southern Border's righteous path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale. They were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the Celestial Court. They were restraining Feng Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. It showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. If Feng Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path Wood Path Immortal Goo, the Celestial Court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts. Feng Yuan is collecting Wood Path Immortal materials. Is he trying to develop in Wood Path? He wants to refine Wood Path Immortal Goo? What is he trying to do? The Celestial Court was paying close attention to Feng Clan because of Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path great expert. She had star constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Feng Yuan's actions in Feng Clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Feng Yuan cultivated Qi Path and wanted to collect Qi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from Southern Border's righteous path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Qi Sea ancestor and Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was shocked. If Feng Yuan had extorted Qi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's righteous path, during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Feng Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave. It was just a step away. Many times in life, one could not be greedy for convenience, one had to look far ahead. If Feng Yuan had been greedy for convenience and directly extorted Qi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's righteous path, the Celestial Court might have recognized Qi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way, Feng Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin immortal venerables Qi Path true inheritance. Feng Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years. He walked countless paths. He experienced life and death situations. He moved between venerables and providence's struggles. He finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Feng Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability. Everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan obtained Feng Jing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice. He even knew of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's Immortal Empress. She cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such luck path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 luck path immortal goo, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive luck path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining luck path immortal goo was meaningless. Previously, Feng Yuan had focused on investing in luck path because the Celestial Court's foundation in luck path was weak. Feng Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Feng Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Feng Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Goo refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace could greatly increase Feng Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Feng Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, it was not just a battle, it involved information, disguise, misdirection, Goo refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history, there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, but in fact, there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Since the ratio of input and output in Luck Path had changed greatly, Feng Yuan's timely change was a way to stop losses. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan no longer hesitated, he chose this path. Time passed. The outside world of the 5 regions was calm, but undercurrents were surging. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, because the time flow was much faster, it was changing rapidly. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was developing further. After annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he obtained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. It had already deeply influenced all aspects of the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, there were large amounts of clouds floating in the mini 9 heavens. These clouds had different colors. Mini Yellow Heaven had yellow clouds. Mini White Heaven had white clouds. Next, a portion of these clouds would condense into clumps and form clouds. Feng Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but the sovereign immortal aperture's natural development was already very good. Feng Yuan did not have to invest a lot of resources. Dao marks are the foundation of the immortal aperture's development. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, just the immortal aperture's natural development can produce all sorts of beneficial changes. Of course, there are risks. During this process, I need to pay attention and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the ecology. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too spacious. The sudden addition of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks would spread out, and the sovereign immortal aperture could bear it on its own. In the mini 5 regions, Qi currents were also forming in many places. There were some famous mountain peaks in the little southern border that were covered in mist. Kokitahara's sky was covered in a large area of frost and snow Qi. Mini western desert was steaming hot. There were many Qi whirlpools in mini central continent. The true growth was in the 2 most basic Qi, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Feng Yuan could clearly sense that deep underground in the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a considerable amount of Earth Qi accumulated. In the sky, the vast amount of Heaven Qi was spreading out, but it was not as obvious as the Earth Qi gathering together. If Heaven Qi continued to grow, the mini 9 heavens would become even more cloudy. At the same time, a thin Qi membrane would form in the mini 9 heavens. If this Qi membrane continued to grow, it would eventually become a heavenly wind Qi wall. And Earth Qi had 2 directions of development. One was for Feng Yuan to ignore it and let the Earth Qi condense into a lump. This lump of Earth Qi would accumulate together. After a long period of time, it would form some underground caves. And these caves would be filled with Earth Qi. Anything that entered would be infected by the Earth Qi and turned into a stone statue. If this earth chi was too dense, it would form earth chi sandstorms and make the environment more dangerous. But earth chi sandstorms would continue to produce large amounts of earth path immortal materials. The second direction was for Feng Yuan to carefully channel this huge lump of earth chi. Around it, tunnels were created and dug, allowing the earth chi to flow and scatter in all directions. By distributing the earth chi to all parts of the immortal aperture, there would be no earth chi sandstorms. This would make the soil of the mini-5 regions more fertile. There would be more crops, minerals, and other resources. And those thin and long tunnels that were used to clear the earth chi would be eroded by the earth chi and gradually expand. They would be filled with earth path Dao marks, and eventually form earth trenches. These two directions had their pros and cons. Feng Yuan did not think. He chose the second option. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging the tunnels and creating the future earth trenches would improve the entire sovereign immortal aperture. It would greatly expand its development prospects. Feng Yuan had delegated the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals would not slack off. As for Feng Yuan's main body, he was working hard to cultivate Karma Divine Tree. Originally, Karma Divine Tree was something that Feng Yuan had barely pieced together. It used the rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core, and the other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause, and wood path immortal Gu effect. Feng Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Feng Yuan did not put much effort into this. Because of this, the steps became more complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree took a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. Not just that, the rank 7 core immortal Gu Karma Divine Tree killer move's power had fallen to rank 6. After Feng Yuan's hard work, Karma Divine Tree's 2 core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking. Back then, mature bamboo immortal Gu had already been replaced with a more orthodox wood path immortal Gu. At the same time, because of Feng Yuan's wood path attainment level, Karma Divine Tree itself was greatly improved. Now that Feng Yuan used this move, not only did the preparation time decrease greatly, it could be used in battle. Its power also rose to rank 7. This move is clearly not enough to deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. It can at most bully rank 7s. The most important thing is to subdue Divine Being Palace. As for Karma relocation, I cannot restore it for now. With Karma Divine Tree, Feng Yuan was eager to try it. As long as he used this move, Divine Being Palace would definitely have a huge breakthrough in progress. However, Divine Being Palace was in Feng Clan's headquarters. Feng Yuan had been assisting Feng Dichang. He had been in contact with Divine Being Palace day and night, but did not have a good opportunity. How could he fight for and create such an opportunity? Before Feng Yuan solved this problem, Feng Dichang invited him to return to Feng Clan. In fact, while Feng Yuan was cultivating wood path outside, Feng Clan had been urging him to return several times. But this time, Feng Dichang personally sent a letter. Unlike the previous times, Feng Dichang clearly told Feng Yuan that he had already found a way to refine Divine Being Palace. As long as he followed this method, he would definitely be able to refine Divine Being Palace and obtain this immortal Gu house. Not only did this arouse Feng Yuan's curiosity, Feng Dichang also made a breakthrough? What is going on? Feng Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin again and returned to Feng Clan. This is my plan. What do you think, brother Swan Bujin? Feng Dichang informed Feng Yuan of his plan and asked. Feng Yuan pondered. Feng Dichang was worthy of being a wisdom path great grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible method. That was to use a house to destroy a house. Feng Dichang's plan was to temporarily build an immortal Gu house in Divine Being Palace. This immortal Gu house would first deduce and probe before self-destructing, erupting with an extremely powerful force to break through Divine Being Palace's internal defenses. Feng Clan was not like Feng Yuan, who could break through in wood path in a short period of time and become a wood path grandmaster. But Feng Dichang made full use of Feng Clan's advantage to resist Divine Being Palace. But if we attack it like this, Divine Being Palace will probably be incomplete. Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. There is no other way. Fang Clan's situation is worsening day by day, but as long as we refine Divine Being Palace and keep the secret of its incomplete state, who would know about it? Fang Yuan frowned. The first step is to build an immortal goo house in Divine Being Palace. Even though this is difficult with our foundation, we should be able to do it. But what next? To probe the deeper mysteries of Divine Being Palace, we need a goo immortal to guard the immortal goo house in the palace and resist Divine Being Palace at all times, activating the immortal goo house according to Divine Being Palace's operations. Then on this foundation, under the premise that the goo immortal cannot stop activating the immortal goo house for even a moment, they can self-destruct the immortal goo house to destroy a portion of Divine Being Palace and make it defenseless. But wouldn't the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house be in danger? Saying so, Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp as he looked at Fang Dichang. The best choice to control the immortal goo house was undoubtedly Wisdom Path goo immortals. That was Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Who should he send? Fang Yuan immediately understood why Fang Clan insisted on his return. He would not do such a dangerous thing. Fang Dichang naturally knew what Fang Yuan was thinking. He smiled. Don't worry, brother. We will not let you control the immortal goo house alone. We will cooperate during the entire process. After we succeed, Fang Clan will not mistreat you. Fang Yuan pondered. I can agree. But I need to participate in the entire process of constructing the immortal goo house. Fang Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Come, let's start now. Constructing the immortal goo house inside the hall was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the immortal goo house that was constructed would collapse mysteriously. Fang Clan's losses were not small, but thankfully, they had deep foundations in this aspect. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the immortal goo house was finally constructed successfully. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan entered the round tent-like immortal goo house and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Being Palace's internal workings. With this immortal goo house, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Fang Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Fang Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's good." Fang Dichang said as he activated the immortal goo house. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was pale with fright. "Second Elder, what are you doing?" Fang Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Swan Bujin, Fang Clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this immortal goo house going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal goo house still needs to be destroyed, Fang Dichang said. But if we simply destroy the immortal goo house, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path goo immortal, like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher wisdom path level in a short period of time. I used the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Being Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down, but there is no other way. You have seen Fang Clan's situation. For the sake of Fang Clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a member of Fang Clan. Your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace. Chapter 1873. Fang Gong was hiding near Divine Being Palace with a worried expression. What's going on? Why is there no movement in Divine Being Palace? Did something happen? Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan was not his own doing. He had already discussed it with Fang Gong and the rest. In order to prevent the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin from getting suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, don't be anxious. Second Supreme Elder acted after planning. His strength is higher than that Swanbujin. Together with the immortal formation outside the palace and the immortal Gu house inside the palace, there is no doubt he could defeat Swanbujin. Furthermore, if anything happens to Second Supreme Elder, and you cannot control the situation, you will definitely send a message. Third Supreme Elder consoled from the side. He was an old man with white hair, and wore a yellow robe. You said it. Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, with a loud sound, Divine Bean Palace exploded. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng looked at each other. The latter blurted out. They attacked. The immortal Gu house self-destructed. Go, let's go take a look. Fang Gong moved quickly, rushing into Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's entrance was originally closed, but Fang Dichang had already refined it to a certain extent with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng to directly barge in. Second Supreme Elder. Fang Gong entered the palace and his gaze focused. He saw a bloodied and heavily injured Fang Dichang lying in the wreckage of an immortal Gu house. Second Supreme Elder, are you alright? Hang in there. Fang Huasheng also rushed over and used healing methods. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in healing among Fang clan's Gu immortals. Sure enough, after receiving his healing, Fang Dichang recovered. His mind was roused and he could speak now. He spoke weakly. That Swanbujin still had hidden strength. Even though I successfully ambushed him, I was also counterattacked. I need to rest for some time. As for Divine Bean Palace, before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong raised his hand to stop him. Second Supreme Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brains of our Fang clan. You are the strategist. Fang clan cannot do without you. Quickly let Third Supreme Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were very heartwarming. Fang Huasheng also chimed in. Second Elder, don't try to be brave. Your injury is not light. It's better to listen to Grand Elder. Come, let me help you back to the secret room. Let me treat you with all my strength. Okay. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes after saying this. He was brought to the secret chamber and received emergency treatment from Fang Huasheng. The treatment process lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. With the results of the treatment, Fang Huasheng came to report to Fang Gong alone. How's the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huasheng said, there shouldn't be a problem if I report it to Grand First Elder. I've checked Second Elder's bloodline, soul and body, and they're all genuine. Adding on the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, there are no abnormalities. Second Elder should still be himself. It turned out that Fang Huasheng was not only treating Fang Dichang, he was also carrying the secret mission of investigating Fang Dichang's identity. Fang Gong nodded. Of course I trust Second Elder, but the necessary checks are indispensable. Why did Southern Border's righteous Dao become the laughingstock of the 5 regions? They were the ones who let Fang Yuan sneak in. Although Swanbujin is not a demon on the level of Fang Yuan, he is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. We have not thoroughly investigated his methods yet. We can't be too careful. Moreover, the Second Elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huasheng smiled. You two are worrying too much. In my opinion, that Swanbujin might be a wisdom path rank 7 expert. But he is a lone cultivator after all. His foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a super force. But we used all our strength to scheme against him, and even destroyed an immortal Gu house that we just created. We spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Swanbujin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I did not see Swanbujin's corpse or soul. That's why I have some doubts. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. Ha ha ha. The other party is wisdom path, not transformation path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details, I can roughly guess it. It must be that Swanbujin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish. Fang Huasheng said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. It has been a day and a night since Fang Huasheng's report. It seems I deceived him. Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fong Dichang, but a clone of Fong Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fong Dichang schemed. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fong clan's situation. For the sake of Fong clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fong Dichang bowed deeply towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fong Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a member of Fong clan. You died a worthy death. Rest in peace. The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fong Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fong Dichang's pupils shrunk. He quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fong Yuan in disbelief. You actually interfered with this immortal goo house. The panic on Fong Yuan's face disappeared. He showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Oh, that's right, this is terrible, you found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation. You only made a few suggestions. Fong Dichang said this with a horrified expression. Don't tell me. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan clapped. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster. You reacted so quickly. That's right. Even though I only made a few suggestions, you accepted them all. The immortal goo house created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the goo formation outside the palace, and the goo house inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your goo formation and goo house. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest, it was locked. Meanwhile, Fong clan's goo formation and goo house were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fong Yuan was doing now was influencing this Divine Bean Palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fong Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fong Dichang urged Fong Yuan firmly. Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence Divine Bean Palace. Fong Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fong Dichang, he was a grandmaster after all. He was also a grandmaster in formation path. This was dual grandmaster attainment level. Thus, when Fong Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the immortal goo house inside the palace, he had already seen through Fong Dichang's scheme. Fong Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fong Dichang at his own game. Fong Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fong Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal killer move Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose from Fong Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green. There were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fong Dichang stared with wide eyes. He was shocked and furious, pointing at Fong Yuan. So you sided with the Celestial Court. You despicable scoundrel. He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree, because he had once fought with Chen Yi. He had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fong Yuan immediately. He felt that Swan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court, and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him, to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fong clan snatched Divine Bean Palace and chased away Chen Yi, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fong Dichang's forehead. He was scared, because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court's scheme, then Swan Bujin definitely had reinforcements. Maybe the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fong Yuan did not explain. He activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fong Yuan soon realized that Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move. It gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the Killer Move's owner. Soon, Fang Dichang was unable to move. Immortal goo houses had the effect of imprisoning goo immortals. This ability was originally used by Fang Dichang to deal with Swan Bujin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's. He used Divine Bean Palace's pressure to make Fang Dichang a prisoner in a cage. Good Swan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me. Fang Dichang sneered. He did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fang Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in life tablet goo and notify Fang Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body. Your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so life tablet goo will not mutate. From now on, this Fang Dichang clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fang clan. I will search your soul clean. I will know all your experiences, memories, and information. Impossible. Forget about it. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. Do you think you can't inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fang clan. Any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up, and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into mincemeat first. So Swan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan. Even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life. Fang Dichang said. He was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were sharp and logical. He actually instigated Fang Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. He looked deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fang Yuan all along. Seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. You beat me at my own game. You are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang's expression was pale. He realized. The other party had Karma Divine Tree. It was not necessarily Celestial Court, because Chunyi was killed by Fang Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fang Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan applauded. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent. Please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity. Ugh. Fang Dichang's eyes suddenly widened. He was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead. His face was red. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose. He could not breathe. While talking to him, Fang Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Bean Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fang Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, it is a pity to die, but you know too much. Chapter 1874. Fang Clan's Headquarters. Fang Dichang was lying on the bed. His expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed. It was Fang Yin. Fang Yin was Fang Dichang's adopted son. He was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed. Father, you are heavily injured. You need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you? Please give the order. Fang Yin did not know that the father in front of him was someone else. It was a clone of Fang Yuan. In a sense, Fang Yuan could be considered as Fang Yin's father's murderer. Fang Yin was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fang Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yin heir, no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come sit here, don't be reserved. Hearing this, Fang Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Swan Bujin actually lost his life. Saying this, Fang Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fang Yuan had once saved Fang Yun's life by pretending to be Swan Bujin. Fang Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Swan Bujin greatly. But this time, Fang Dichang's plan did not tell Fang Yun the truth. The people who killed Swan Bujin were only Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fang Yun. Swan Bujin interacted with Fang Yun often. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fang Yun knew the truth, with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fang Dichang's hands. Even if it was Fang Yuan, if he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fang Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fang Dichang did not make any mistake. He had already overestimated Swan Bujin. But when he found out Swan Bujin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. Actually, not just Fang Dichang, even the wisdom path great expert of the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fang Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. They all thought that Fang Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fang Yuan had become rank 8 long ago. He even used Qi Si ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from Duke Long. And Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation level. The Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace became Fang Yuan's helper. Fang Dichang originally treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile. He did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Yin Er, come give me your hand, Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was confused, but he did not want to disobey his father's orders. So he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fang Dichang gave him all 3 immortal Gu. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was greatly shocked. I intend to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you, Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was dazed. But father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before? Fang Dichang nodded. I allowed you to cultivate cloud path because your nature was carefree and lazy. It suited cloud path itself. But cloud path is only a small path. It cannot compare to wisdom path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Swan Bujin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me. Father, don't say that it's unexpected, Fang Yun said. Fate is unpredictable. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now. This is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fang clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fang clan. Fang Dichang said earnestly. Fang Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case, I will change to wisdom path. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son. I know you are not suited for wisdom path. Cloud path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you first. You do not need to change to wisdom path. After all, you already have a foundation in cloud path. If you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this wisdom path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, You will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this wisdom path inheritance. Understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fang Yun smiled. Not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal gu first. Senior Swan Bujin's distracting thought immortal gu is inside. Although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fang Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fang Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking, my body is Fang Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fang Dichang is not dead. Life Tablet Gu will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul, together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow. The soul is extremely compatible with the body. There are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Gong had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fang Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fang Gong was bold and unrestrained. He was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Qin Yi. He was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu immortal during the battle. Then, he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Qin Yi, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh, Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yin? Fang Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals, the future star of Fang clan, Fang Lung. Fang Lung had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yin. Usually, Fang Yin and Fang Lung were very close, and this time, he did not conceal the inheritance that Fang Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fang Lung was clearly more shrewd than Fang Yin. He reported this matter to Fang Gong that very night. Fang Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fang Dichang's plan. Fang clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally, Fang clan had always been fighting. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited. Who used them first, and who used them later? Who used them well, and who used them poorly? This was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fang clan's 2 largest factions were Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's factions. These 2 factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these 2 factions had always been competing, but because Fang Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng and Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fang clan. Fang Dichang's wisdom path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fang clan's 2nd faction. The reason why Fang Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the wisdom path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline and emphasized on kinship. Although Fang Yin was Fang Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yin had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since he was young. Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fang Dichang retires in the future, his position as 2nd Supreme Elder would be taken over by Fang Yun according to convention. Fang clan had many Gu immortals, but this position would only belong to Fang Yun, unless in the future, Fang Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate wisdom path, and was even more outstanding than Fang Yun. The wisdom path inheritance that Fang Dichang possessed belonged to Fang clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated cloud path, and was not qualified to inherit this wisdom path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fang Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance, as expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster. Fang Gong's frown eased. A smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Lung understood. I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fang clansmen. Fang Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bujin to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, Fang clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fang Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fang clan's first supreme elder had been in charge of Fang clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation and nurture the younger generation, he also had to lead Fang clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fang clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu tribe headquarters. Half a month had passed in the blessed land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone Wuxia, the 2 dragon generals, Gu tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wuxia's identity. This seal was created by Wuxia himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu tribe leaders. Back then, Wuxia knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu tribe's headquarters. Gu tribe's leader looked at Wuxia smiling. Please. Wuxia waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wuxia's immortal aperture. Wuxia used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green antiseptics cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green antiseptic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wuxia's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragon Man race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green antiseptic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragon Man race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7. It was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. They were all related to army ants. Other than this, Letter Immortal Gu was also the price to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was rank 8. It was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal Gu is alive, it needs to be fed in time. Otherwise it will starve to death. Wuxia used Letter Envelope Immortal Gu to wrap a thick layer of rock around Ant Hole Immortal Gu, turning it into an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Immortal Gu had to stay in the rock. The Gu masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit and place some Gu worms inside. then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wuxia used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve ant cave immortal goo. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the ant-hole goo was still well preserved. Of course, now that Feng Yuan's clone Wuxia opened the rock, ant-hole immortal goo was extremely weak and hungry. Letter immortal goo was the same. But it didn't matter. Feng Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance and handed them to Wuxia. Wuxia fed the immortal goo while returning with the goo immortals. On the way, Wuxia thanked him. Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now. You are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragon Man race. The current Goo tribe leader smiled. Lord Wuxia, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Goo immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule. Every time a new Goo tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of fate Goo, we have always kept it in mind. Thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty. Goo tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wuxia to laugh heartily again. Wuxia immediately guaranteed. My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years. It will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Feng Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on, it will no longer be usable. Goo tribe's leader's eyes brightened. This is great. Dragon Men will reign supreme. It is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request. Feng Yuan's clone had been in Goo tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Goo tribe had received great hospitality from them. They had even offered Wuxia's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Goo tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Feng Yuan's clone did not hesitate, he said. Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become dragon men. Senior, what do you think? Goo tribe's leader said expectantly. Feng Yuan nodded. Back then my close friend, your tribe leader Gu Liang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new Dragon Man lifespan extension method, I can help you. Goo tribe's leader was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, Senior? Goo tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed. With Eastern Sea's abundant resources, it was the #1 in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Goo tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Feng Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Goo tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wuxia. Wuxia immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragon Man lifespan extension method in this immortal Goo house, could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Goo tribe members in this batch. Most of them were rank 5 Goo masters. There were also 2 Goo immortals. Half of them were old men. Their lifespans were near the end. They did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan. So the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men. They were the current elites of Goo tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Feng Yuan's clones methods, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Goo tribe members turned into new dragon men. The others unfortunately lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Goo tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction. Feng Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Goo tribe's leader quickly consoled. Senior, please restrain your grief. Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If ant nest immortal Goo produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses. It also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Fang Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu tribe's leader Gu Liang knew this secret. Gu tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu tribe's leader was presenting gifts. It showed his sincerity and sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected. I helped your tribesmen to change their identities. It is my gratitude. There is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone did not accept it. It is not easy for your tribe to survive. You are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragon Man tribe. How can I, Wuxia, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Fang Yuan. He will provide the immortal materials. Gu tribe's leader said. Senior, Fang Yuan is a great demon of the current era. Even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Fang Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shui was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fang Yuan's clone nodded. You are right. But Celestial Court is too powerful. Fang Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded inside. Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior. Even though my Gu tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has survived until now, and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court, this is indeed good news. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a super force. It was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful. Gu tribe was an underwater beastman. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued. Other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Morong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Morong tribe. Wu Shui thought. So it was you. Back then, Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Baisheng. Back then, Gu tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak. He had a simple appearance. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shui was facing the true appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had turned Gu tribe's clansmen into dragonmen. Their relationship had clearly deepened. Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years. Their connection with the outside world was not weak. It was very stable and reliable. Through Gu tribe, they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited, but this limited influence, through Fang Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert, he had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular. It had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fang Yuan slowly descended into Kray's demon cave, while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were 2 Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion. A black beard fluttered in the wind. He wore loose sleeves. His eyes were bright like stars. And he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as not immortal. He cultivated rule path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His small eyes were shining brightly. He was secret schemer. He cultivated wisdom path. Now Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period, he had even captured a large group of southern border righteous path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Fang Yuan had borrowed Qi Si ancestors' strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path, Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret schemer and not immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Gu Fang Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck. We have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Fang Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the crazed demon agreement and become a member of crazed demon cave like Chu Du. Thus, not immortal called Fang Yuan Brother Lu. As for the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fang Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in close cultivation now. Secret schemer replied. Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Fang Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Fang Yuan to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Fang Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had been living in the crazed demon cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the 3 monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Fang Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The 3 crazed demon freaks were afraid of Fang Yuan, so Pang Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his closed cultivation was just an excuse, in case Fang Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the 3 monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Fang Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the 3 crazed demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Fang Yuan had signed the crazed demon pact, he had already removed this pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Fang Yuan. They were on guard against Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fang Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fang Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible. But against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Feng Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly, and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sichuan, who was in Longevity Heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Feng Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sichuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Feng Yuan and conversed with him. Feng Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Feng Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds. Ferocious beasts were hidden. There was also Fog Capital. It was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Feng Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The 3 immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the 3rd last layer. Back then, Feng Yuan's final destination was here. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chu Du and Feng Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of Limitless Demon Venerable. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer. Even though they had never entered, in Feng Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Feng Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Feng Yuan. Recently, Feng Yuan's reputation had shaken the world. But how much strength did he really have? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Feng Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the three crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Feng Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Feng Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the three of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Feng Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Feng Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Taoist Feng Yuan. Yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Dao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Taoist Feng Yuan, let's split up for now. Not Immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Dao marks there, and he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Feng Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.